Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Coming from Sportsmans Park for first broadcast of Hobbs Eagle Baseball here on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube on the Hobbs Sports page, and on the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Ty friend Ron Gunner with you today. Kind of a windy atmosphere here at Sportsman's Park. Little cloud cover as well. We got a doubleheader today as the Eagles take on the Centennial Hawks out of Las Cruces. Again, 2 games on the slate, and we'll get this one started here in just a few minutes. Just a sound check right now as the Eagles throwing the ball around a little bit in the field, and Centennial getting themselves stretched out as they got here later than they expected. They had a bus issue, and so this game will start first pitch at 5:30 pregame here in just a few seconds after we get the sound check through. So, Ty, bring it to sign off for a second. Turn it over to Ron.
All right, this is the sound check. Yeah, we got a windy day going on, so it should probably affect a little bit of the way the ball is going to travel out into the outfield. But still, either way, it should be a good game. Hawks are very good, and we'll be talking more about that in the pregame. This is the sound check. This is Ron, and I appreciate you listening, watching, and we're going to do this here in just a moment.
Welcome, everyone, to Sportsman's Park. Time for Hobbs Eagle Baseball. Live here on a windy afternoon. A doubleheader. Ty, friend Ron Gunner with you. The Hobbs Eagles taking on the Centennial Hawks. And, of course, the team coming out of Las Cruces got a little late start with their transportation, so we're getting this game about an hour later than when we were expecting. But hopefully you're here with us for the long haul. Again, wind's going to be a factor in this one, Ron. The Hobbs Eagles on their home field, a little bit more used to the surface they've got here. A long road trip there for Centennial, but still at the same time, teams got to adjust the conditions. And, of course, wind is pretty prominent here in Hobbs, so they get a lot of practice time on that.
Yeah, plus it's on both sides, so it's not like it's just favoring one team over the other one. So they're going to basically be having to hit into the wind, which, of course, is going to minimize those home runs, if any at all, because it's always a possibility, but with the good pitching staff on both sides, you don't expect to see it too often. But with the wind, it's definitely going to be less and less of a chance.
Well, the Hobbs Eagles losing a lot of seniors from last year, 8 players graduating, so kind of a rebuild year for Coach Marco Boyle. And he came into this season knowing that, trying to get some kids getting used to where they are on the field. They do have some leadership returning, 3 players that were seniors this year. Mackay Brewer, he's their biggest slugger in terms of getting the ball out in the outfield, over the fence a couple of times. Definitely he's going to be one of their mainstays on the mound as well at pitcher, but definitely he's going to be the leading guy to get the team offensively and defensively going in this season. And that's something that Coach Boyle and I talked about earlier today, dealing with the team itself, that they have to have a lot of support with runners on bases. Mackay can hit some long stuff, but if you only get one run scored off of it, is it worth it? But so that's what they're looking for. Get some more run support, get him knocking some people through for some runs scored, and that's basically what they're working on. Is get those bats work a little bit harder than they have so far.
Yeah, and I love the fact that he's got 3 home runs and he's a pitcher. I've always liked the fact that a pitcher. I've always thought that they could be a good hitter because they know they can pitch so well. They know what to anticipate, and they should be able to hit it. Unfortunately, though, with the major leagues, for example, they just don't use the pitchers like they used to. So it's good to see him doing both sides, helping his own cause as well with either a double, a triple, or a home run. And we're hoping that will happen tonight, although, it's going to be difficult with the wind. But, hey, you know what? Never say never sometimes.
Yeah, so don't expect to see Mackay Brewer with the DH next to his name. He will be swinging the bat, even if he's on the mound. He will be starting tonight on the mound as well as the pitcher. 1-1 record so far. He's been in 6 games at this point and a 9.95 ERA. And, of course, Hobbs Eagle pitching has been kind of roughed up the last couple of games. They had to go down to Oregon Mountain there in Las Cruces to take on that squad, and got quite a few hits given up against them. Definitely something that Coach Boyle was talking about, that they have to do a better job of shutting down teams when they get a chance to do that. And Oregon Mountain got quite a bit of run support in their game as well, and got the runs that come across, some double-digit scores in those matchups, and that was, of course, at home in Las Cruces. So Hobbs is going to try to rebound from that. The scores in those games, 11-1 and 12-2. So Hobbs only managing 3 runs against 23 for Oregon Mountain.
Yeah, it was not a good, definitely a good road trip, but they're back home now. They can definitely get their hopes back on it and be able to get some hits and runs. And they've actually had a pretty decent outing in the last couple of years over this Centennial team. And so they're hoping for one more time to be able to get past it, even though this Centennial team is very strong. They've got a big record right now. They've got 7-2. They've got 2 wins so far on the in a row for the streak, and they've also are 2-0 away from their home.
Also picked off a win against Carlsbad as well earlier this season. Eagles last year knocked off Centennial 16-5 and 6-5. Of course, that's with a lot more seniors on the roster than what the Eagles have this year. We talked about Mackay Brewer being a mainstay on this team, but Major Bird, another kid, third baseman with some time last year as a starter. He's also number 2 in terms of the pitching mound as well for the Eagles, so definitely going to be relying on him quite a bit. Basically, a coach wants to see him strengthen his hitting as the season goes along. He definitely is a good gap-to-gap guy out there, too, so definitely want to see him switching that up as much as possible. Last but not least, Kenyon Singleton. If anybody they have to rely on the most is him, he's behind the plate, he's the catcher, and he's the guy that's going to play both games of these doubleheaders. A couple years ago, Hobbs was able to have a guy come in first game, maybe sub him out in the second game. Last couple of seasons, though, Kenyon Singleton's been the guy, and basically coach is saying that the defense goes around him. You got to have a good pitching core, but at the same time, he's the guy that's going to have to take control of the plate and watch for those balls coming in from all directions. But he's going to be one that's going to be stepping up for the Eagles' defense behind the plate.
Yeah, and we're hoping to see that he can do more of that as this game goes on, of course. And doubleheader today, so you want to play it smart the first game and be able to have enough energy for the second game as well.
So the Hobbs Eagles with a lot of new guys on the roster, and we'll give you a quick rundown of what to expect in terms of the lineup in this one. At first base for the Eagles, Xavier Alvarado, so he getting a shot there, which a lot of these kids did not get any time at varsity last year, so it's going to be a big change for them in terms of making sure the bats straighten out the way they want them and getting the hits that they need against varsity-style pitching. So he's definitely going to be one guy that's going to have to step up for Hobbs as the season moves along here. On second base for the Eagles tonight, Gerardo Gonzalez. At third, it's Major Bird, of course, the senior returning from that position. We mentioned Makai Brewer on the mound. Behind the plate, Kenyon Singleton. And in the outfield, we're going to go with the left fielder, Josiah Martinez, seeing his first action as a varsity player. And then we got the two brothers, the senior Hector Armendariz at center and Saul Armendariz in right field. So that's kind of a neat little combination out there in the outfield.
I know. We've got two brothers. Actually, we have a set of brothers. One are twins, actually. And, it's going to be interesting to see how they play. With brothers, they usually practice together. They've been playing most of their lives together, so it's pretty much just getting used to the rest of the team that's going to be a problem.
Hobbs is going to have to fill up some big shoes there at shortstop. Their usual starter, Jason Fuentes, went down with an injury recently, and he's been out for a couple of weeks now. They haven't got any doctor clearance on him yet, a hand injury, so he'll be out, the freshman. But they're actually getting a sub in there, brought up from the JB. That's Alan Udahara. He'll be at the short position. Coach says good defense out there. He's going to start strengthening up on the hitting, but at the same time, it's pretty much pressure when you get a guy, young kid up there at the shortstop position like Udahara to try to get some of those zingers to go between second and third base.
Indeed it is, and we're watching right now as they're doing their warm-ups and the batting, and so far they're looking like they're hustling. They've been actually in most games. It's just they have one or two bad innings, and that seems to cause them a lot of problems. Hopefully they won't have any problems today, even with this wind.
Looking at the numbers between these two teams, you mentioned Centennial with that 7-2 record. They coming off 2 wins against Deming, who they play quite a bit, more than several times throughout the season. They beat them 13-2 and 11-6, so 24-8 overall. They got 9 hits in both of those games, 3 doubles in game 1, 12 RBIs, a triple, 2 homers, a couple of doubles, and 7 RBIs and a triple in game 2 against Deming. So, again, you mentioned earlier their 2-game win streak. They have 67 hits on the season, averaging 8.3 a ball game. So they definitely can take care of it when it comes to the bats. 81 runs scored this year so far. 8 games they played up to, or 9 games they played up to this point, and they're averaging about 10 runs a contest. So a little bit better than what the Hobbs Eagles are showing at this point in time, but again, a lot more experience on the Centennial roster up to this point, and that's something the Eagles are just going to have to work through. They played a lot of teams that are ranked in the top 10 of the Max Preps Bowl so far this season, talking teams like Cleveland and Rio Rancho and Piedra Vista. A lot of those teams are very tough, and Hobbs going on the road against several of them. So that's feather in the cap. Coach Boyle was talking about his schedule earlier today, too. This team does not skimp on early non-district games. I mean, they want to play the tough teams and kind of work out these guys on the field.
Yeah, and you can also gauge it by the fact that both teams have played Cleveland. Hobbs has played Cleveland twice. Unfortunately, lost on both of them. In fact, the first game they were in Cleveland, they lost to it. They had a 6 fourth-inning run that was given up for Cleveland, which ended up being a 19-5 final, and that was a mercy rule ending. Also, after that, then they played here in Hobbs, and it was very close until the 4th inning where Cleveland scored 6 runs. Hobbs came back with 3, but wasn't enough. It was a 10-1 final in 7 innings. 10 runs were scored in the 7th inning for Cleveland. Hobbs tried to come back, only was able to score 1, so it was a mercy rule ending, 19-7. And meanwhile, Cleveland has played Centennial. That was a little bit of a closer game, but it ended up also a mercy rule ending with 5 in the 4th. For Cleveland, and 5 runs in the 5th that ended up with a 18-6 mercy rule ending, beating Centennial in Centennial.
We mentioned the Centennial squad with 67 hits, 8.3 a game. Eagles at 65 so far this season, and only 5.9 hits a contest, so they're about 2 or so less than what Centennial is averaging so far. In terms of runs, Hobbs with 53 runs so far, 4.8 a game, again compared to 81 runs and 10 a game for Centennial. So basically Centennial does more when it comes to the multi-base hits and getting runners around than the Eagles have shown at this point in time. We mentioned 18 doubles for Centennial, 17 for the Eagles, just right behind them by 1 there. 6 triples for Centennial, 3 for Hobbs, and 6 home runs for Centennial, 3 for the Eagles. All 3 of those for Makai Brewer, so he's definitely the power on this team offensively.
Definitely is, and we're hoping to see more of that as the day progresses. And of course, Also hoping for some nice weather. Maybe the wind will slow down a little bit, and we'll have a little cloud coverage towards the end where the sun won't be a factor, blinding people as they are in the outfield.
Looking at the lineup for the Centennial Hawks, who come in at 7-2. At first base will be Aaron Gutierrez. At second, E.J. Martinez. And at third, it will be Reed starting in that position, Karen Reed. He's also a leadoff hitter for the Hawks. Behind the plate will be Huston as the catcher for this Hawks squad. Is coming into the outfield, Ortega in the left, Estep in the center, and Evans in the right field. And a lot of praise from Coach Boyle for this shortstop Milani. He's definitely a dazzler out there. And Stephen Milani, he's the third in the order for the batting. But that's one player that Hobbs was kind of wanting to mess with a little bit psychologically. Might drill some balls beside him as best as they can to get through. But that's one guy that Coach Boyle did bring up as somebody they need to shut down in this game.
Absolutely, and you definitely want to shut them down early because, if you get stuck in a hole early on, then it's too much pressure on the defense as far as trying to get those scores in, and the offense can just sit back and prevent those prevent anybody going to the second base or getting to the third base and getting to the scoring position.
At last year's look, the season, Centennial finished up 17-12. 14-4 in the district. They were second behind Oregon Mountain, who finished at 16-2. They did lose in the first round to Cleveland, best of 3 in that one. Won the first game 9-0, so a good start there, but then lost game 2, 10-11 by 1 in the 8th inning, and then 11-1 in game 3. So Cleveland punched their ticket to move on and dropped Centennial after one game in the playoffs. The Hobbs Eagles, of course, getting close to the championship. The year before, they were in the championship game. Last year they went to 23-7 as the number 5 seed at state, 7-2 in district, took second to Carlsbad, who beat them in that last series to finish up the district schedule. They won their first round game against Las Cruces, a shutout 2-0. Beat Oregon Mountain 5-1 in the second game, and in the semifinals lost to the eventual state champs Carlsbad 2-1. So a very close game. Carlsbad was the number 1 seed at the state tournament. They ended up beating Sandia in the championship game to go to 27-4 on the season. So even though the Eagles went out a little bit early in the semis last year, it was a very tough district. Carlsbad and Hobbs battling it out throughout much of that district schedule. At the same time, it's nice to see teams down here in the southeast making themselves known up there and kind of blocking through all that Albuquerque, Duke City playoff team rotation that we seem to see every year.
Exactly. It's always, even though it's Carlsbad and we don't like them that much, at least they came from our area. We played them rough. We played them tough, but we just could not get past them. And it was just also good that nobody else could get past them either.
Well, we got two teams getting their warm-ups taken care of here. Centennial now in the field, playing a little ball around the bases. Hobbs has already done that, waiting in the dugout. Hobbs going to wear their gold uniforms and white pants in this one, and black uniforms, red numbers, and yellow trim for the Centennial Hawks. So we're going to get a battle going on here in just a few minutes. Your Hobbs Eagles at 3-8 and the Centennial Hawks at 7-2. We'll take a 2-minute break and come back here at Sportsmans Park with Hobbs Eagle Baseball right here on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Back live here at Sportsman's Park, the Hobbs Eagle pregame shows. Your Hobbs Eagles take on the Centennial Hawks. Ty friend Ron Gunner with you live on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, on the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. So 3 spots there on the internet. We got the coaches out on the home plate right now talking to the umps. Of course, Coach Marco Boyle coming in with a 3-8 record. And for Centennial, who comes in at 7-2 for Coach Rusty Evans. Again, Eagles winning both the games last year in big fashion, especially the first game, blowing out this squad from Las Cruces in the first game with a 11-5 final on that one, and then just a 1-run win in Game 2 to wrap up the series between those two teams. Of course, they don't play in the same district, as the Hawks have a bunch of games down there with Mayfield and Las Cruces High. And, of course, Hobbs did get a win over Las Cruces High already this season, so a feather in the cap for the Eagles and Coach Marco Boyle. That was back on March 10th with a win there, 10-3, and that was at the New Mexico Invitational down in Las Cruces. Hobbs getting 7 hits in that game and 9 RBIs, so a good way to get a road win in that one. They also beat Deming 9-8 as they were down there as well for the same tournament. They got 9 hits in that game with 9 RBIs, and then had to play Rio Rancho, the number 3rd ranked team in the Max Preps poll. That was the 3rd game of that Las Cruces tournament. Lost to them 14-4. Hits dropped considerably in that one against good pitching. 3 hits. They'd have a double, triple, and a home run, so doing a good job of kind of getting some extra extended shots there with 4 RBIs. In that ball game. So Hobbs with some games so far against ranked opponents. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but to Rio Rancho, the number 3 team, of course, lost 14-4. Piedra Vista to start the season back in February, lost to them 14-4 as well. That game, Hobbs getting 6 hits, including 3 doubles. So even though they've lost some games, giving up double-digit runs, they have had some good extended hits there against some of the top teams in the state. They played Cleveland a couple of times. The first time was 19-5, losing back in February. 6 hits in that game, a double and a triple for the Eagles. They also lost March 3rd to Cleveland, the number 2 ranked team, with 11 hits for the Eagles in that one, 5 doubles, a home run, and 5 RBIs. So pretty decent little situation there against one of the top teams in the state. Eagles have played also against number 9 Santa Fe with an 8-0 loss there. And it looks like we're going to get ready for the national anthem, so we'll take another 2-minute break live here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. We're ready for some baseball live on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Ty, Fred, Ron Gunner with you. Max back at the station. Your Hobbs Eagles wearing the gold uniforms, black trim. As up on the mound, Mackay Brewer for the Eagles. As we mentioned earlier, 1-1 record so far this season in 6 appearances, a 9.95 ERA. He is the starter for Hobbs in this one, game 1 of the doubleheader. They will play 2 here at Sportsman's Park. Very windy conditions. I'd say about 15, 20 miles per hour, probably up near about 35, 40 on the gusts at some points throughout this game. Centennial first at bat, black uniforms, red numbers, and the gold trim. Looks a little bit like New Mexico Junior College, the Thunderbirds here in Hobbs.
Interesting to note that Brewer has been named Max Preps player of the game 3 times so far this season.
And he was the one that got hurt in that last game of the district triple header against Carlsbad, and was right here at Sportsman's Park a week before the playoffs started. Went up to bat. I think he had one pitch at him and then kind of turned a hip a little bit, and he was done. He just stood solid, and they had to go out and help him and bring him off the field. And talking to Coach Boyle about that earlier today, he says he feels like he's recovering well. Of course, the bat's working very strong for the Eagles. But, again, pitching is a little bit different motion out there, so hope he can continue on to keep that hip strong. As we get started in this one, Centennial will be at the plate first, as we mentioned. Karen Reed, the third baseman, steps up first. Reed is .227 on the season with 2 doubles on 5 hits. So the first pitch here from Sportsman's Park as we start our broadcasting season here at Nullmark Broadcasting. Again, heavy gusts of wind are going to be affecting this game, although we don't have a lot of dirt out on the field, just the pitching mound with the field turf, the rest of it for the Eagles. So hopefully the dust won't be an issue. So Makai Brewer getting ready for his first pitch, the windup and the throw. Going to be a high fastball outside for ball 1.
Testing the batter to see what he will do with the first pitch.
Reed has played in 8 of the 9 games so far this season for the Hawks. Here's the pitch again from Brewer, going low this time inside and barely clips the inside corner for the strike to even up the count at 1-1. Hobbs will be on the road at Artesia on Tuesday. Of course, we'll have coverage of that starting at 4:15 with the pregame show. The 1-1 pitch, curve inside, hit, slapped out to left field. It's going to take a roll to the warning track and barely scooped up in time for the Eagles, but it will be a double. That's having to chase it down on the ground there. Martinez for the Eagles defensively, and that will start off for a double to get things going for the Hawks.
It was definitely a good line to the left. Was undefendable and an easy double.
Second in the order, Aaron Gutierrez, the first baseman for the Hawks. Again, a runner at second after the double from Reed. Taking a few swings on the practice side here for second for the Hawks. Gutierrez also at .227 on the season. He's got 5 hits, 3 RBIs, all coming off as singles. Big lead off at second for Reed. Brewer takes a peek back at him. The windup and the throw. Check swing inside, and it looks like he did go around on it for the strike. Thing dropped quickly as it came towards the plate. Count to 0-1.
Definitely did, and that was he couldn't get it back in time.
Unihara keeps playing around in the shortstop, was near the second base and heads back to middle between second and third. Curve it inside, golf swing out to the Hobbs Eagle dugout on the left. It's going to roll up the fence for a foul ball. So Brewer getting ahead of the count now, 0-2 against Gutierrez. Milani and Huston, 3-4 in the lineup for the Centennial Hawks. Again, they come in with a 7-2 record, a 2-game win streak against Deming. Waggling the bat behind his right ear is Gutierrez. Turning, firing a low shot. It hits the base, and it's going to be going back to the backstop and a drop third strike that gets the run to first for Gutierrez and will extend Reed to third. So bases covered first and third now for the Hawks. Actually, no, they're going to call the guy back here. It looks like the umpire is going to call back Gutierrez. I must have hit his leg or something there. It took a while, but it looks like one of the coaches for the Hawks is not a happy camper about that one. It took a little while for them to call him back from first.
Right. It did take a little time, but, hey, I want to get it done right, so it's all right if they take their time and get it called right.
Gutierrez is senior for the Hawks. We get another opportunity here, but with an 0-2 count. They go ahead and leave the runner at third, calling that a steal for Reed. So he's knocking on the door already for Centennial. Here comes the 0-2 pitch from Brewer. Fastball barely goes low outside for ball 1. Count to 1-2. First game of the doubleheader here at Sportsman's Park. Winds have picked up considerably right before game time. It's been pretty decent throughout the day. I wish we had the game yesterday. Boy, nice weather for baseball. Fastball whacked over to Major Bird, makes a catch near the ground on the third base side and gets a tag out on the runner as well. So 2 outs there for Major Bird. He leaned towards the base third and got his glove down towards the field that time to get the catch right before it hit the turf, and then was able to go to third and make the tag and get 2 outs on himself. So a great job for Major Bird. 2 down against Centennial, stopping any chance for runs to score.
Yeah, that was an unassisted double play, and that's always good to see, especially since he didn't have to hustle too far. Came right to him, and he just dove for the third base and was able to get the runner out.
Yeah, and cleans up the bases. Nobody on now for the Hawks. Stephen Milani, the shortstop, third in the order now up. He's batting .700 this season. He leads the Hawks with 17 hits so far, or make it 14 hits with 17 runs, 12 RBIs, 6 doubles, 3 triples, and 3 homers. They have a total of 6 homers, so he has half of those for the team. Takes the first pitch low and outside for the ball. 1-0 count now. Brewer doesn't have to worry about any runners on thanks to the good defensive effort there by Major Bird. Here's the windup and the throw. Fastball chopped high in the air. This is going to stay in the infield. Goes behind home plate towards the right. And a nice back pedal for Kenyon Singleton for the catch. Gets it over the shoulder for out number 3. So the Hobbs Eagles, 3 up and 3 down. No runners left on base. We go to the bottom of the first. Your Eagles at the plate. It's 0-0 here at Sportsman's Park. Come back with us in 60 seconds. Back to live Hobbs Eagle baseball here at Sportsman's Park. Bottom of the first inning, Eagles at the plate, 0-0 your score. Couple outs picked up by Major Bird at third base for the Eagles. Made a catch down near the turf and then tag out at third on the runner. And then a nice catch in behind the home plate by the catcher Kenyon Singleton for the foul out. So Hobbs will get to the plate now. Of course, coming into the season, .234 in terms of batting. Hobbs has gotten 65 hits so far, 53 runs scored. A total of 17 doubles, 3 triples, and 3 home runs. And the Eagles so far this season are averaging 5.9 hits a game and 4.8 runs a contest on 53 of those this season. Leading it off will be Gerardo Gonzalez, the second baseman. Hector Armendariz, center fielder in the second slot. Xavier Alvarado, the first baseman in slot 3, and the cleanup Mekhi Brewer, who's also our starting pitcher in this ball game. Hobbs has had several games with some pretty strong hitting. They can just try to average it out a little bit more throughout the season, but they really swung the bat well against a couple of teams this year. Los Lunas, they had 9 hits, 9 against Deming in one of their 2 games against them, 11 against Cleveland, and even though it was a loss back on March 3rd, where they got 5 doubles, a home run, and 5 RBIs. So pretty nice showing there, even though they lost 19-7. So here's Gerardo Gonzalez as he faces Gresham. Fastball high for ball 1. Count starts out 1-0.
That's always a good eye when you don't swing on a ball.
Gresham 1-1 on this, or 2-1 on the season. Curveball inside, swing and a miss for Gonzalez. Count goes to 1-1. So 2-1 on the season, 3.75 ERA. And he's been in 3 games. This is number 4 for Gresham.
I've noticed that the wind is swirling.
Fastball comes inside, chin high for the ball. Good eye for Gonzalez to pick up the second ball. 2 balls and a strike now to the leadoff hitter for the Eagles.
So that means there's a possibility there could be a home run or at least a deep ball into outfield.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get somebody other than Mekhi Brewer with all 6 of the Eagles' home runs so far. Curveball slapped down. It's going to take a roll out towards the pitcher. Gresham turns and fires it right over to his first baseman and connects with Gutierrez for out number 1. Kind of a little blooper out there, and it looked like the wind just kind of took the spin off of it. It kind of dropped, not even halfway between home and the pitcher's mound there for Gresham to make an easy throw.
Yeah, it didn't have a whole lot of oomph behind it, so the pitcher was able to get to it really quickly, throw it to first base, and get his first out.
Hector Armendariz stepping up, one of the seniors, the 3 seniors for the Hobbs Eagles. He's batting .345, one of the team leaders. 10 hits, 7 runs scored, 2 RBIs, and a double. Gresham throws the ball out, just a little practice pitch over to Huston. And waiting his time to get in the box is Armendariz. Hector, of course, one of the 2 brothers on the team, the senior. And Saul Armendariz standing right next to him out there in the outfield on defense. He'll be coming up 7th in the order. Gresham gets himself situated on the rubber, turns and fires. Curveball high for ball one. Having to jump down a little bit as Armendariz get his helmet out of the way of that pitch, and the hat flies off of Gresham there with the winds picking up at Sportsman's Park.
And the third baseman also had the same problem just a moment ago.
Definitely got to get some tacks on those hats here in between the innings.
It's definitely going to be an issue.
Gresham winds up, throws, curveball high for ball two. Good eye again for Armendariz, second in the order for the Eagles. That's one thing Coach Boyle talked about earlier today is definitely need to get runners on base. So some of their sluggers like Mackay Brewer, et cetera, can knock some people around for some early runs. Here's the 2-0 pitch, curve inside, golf swing out to Coach Boyle, who flat hands it out there and gets it into the third baseman, Reed, for the Hawks.
And the Eagles sporting a young team. They only have 3 seniors, 7 juniors, and 4 freshmen.
2 balls and a strike now from Gresham as he continues to face Armendariz. Fastball outside, swing and a miss. The count now going to 2-2 on the strike. Coach Boyle was out there before the game started. He has this big sweatshirt on, had his hoodie up. I didn't even know he was a coach, and finally somebody tells me, hey, there's Coach Boyle out there on the field. It's like, I could have thought he was one of the players out there. Fastball down low and outside for ball 3. Got a full count now on Hector Armendariz, trying to stay alive here at the plate to try to get the first runner on for the Eagles. Definitely going to keep an eye on this one. Curving inside, check swing. He'll take a bounce once to first. Scooped up with the glove underhand. And taking a stag at the base was Gutierrez for the second out. He just goes and stomps on that first bag. So a couple bloopers so far for the Eagles.
Definitely, and 2 easy outs so far in this early game in this first inning.
Xavier Alvarado now up for Hobbs. He's batting .231 on the season. 11 runs scored on 6 hits, 5 RBIs, and 1 triple to his name. Fastball right down the pike for the strike. The lefty, Alvarado just waiting on that one. He is the first baseman for the Eagles. No scores on the board so far. Hobbs with 2 outs, though, in the bottom of the first. Slated for 2 in this doubleheader. Here comes the 0-1 pitch now from Gresham. Goes low and bounces off the bag with it towards the backstop. Out of play. It'll roll out towards the Hawks dugout. Sprinting over for the Eagles from the dugout to try to get it, but Coach waves him off from Centennial. That was Major Bird, the Eagles' third baseman. Why don't they draw straws to decide which kid has to go chase all these foul balls? Bird was not the next at bat, by the way. Here comes the 1-1, straight down the pike again, and holding on it was Alvarado to take a 1-2 count now with 2 outs. He's definitely got to protect the plate. Hawks trying to shut down the Eagles' first start of the offense. Time called as Alvarado backs out. Quick return into the box now. And Gresham ready to throw the pitch. Drops a low one. Bounces the plate again to ball 2. Of course, the cleanup hitter, Mackay Brewer, due up next. Definitely got the swing of the bat so far this season. He's batting .353 to lead the squad.
Yep, he's the one you want to clean up the bases.
Curveball inside. Nice whack, but it's going to go foul outside the first baseline. Almost took out the umpire there at first. Got a 3-man ump crew, and ball hit the green wall on the right side, foul territory. Staying alive, though, for the Eagles is Alvarado. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 down. Nobody on the bases for the Eagles. Gresham slows up the pitch this time and goes low. A little bit of a flinch there by Alvarado, but doesn't come around on the wrist, so they get that down as a ball. And now we got a full count on the board for the Eagles. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Hobbs definitely like to get something on the bases here. Try to get this offense going with a quick start.
Oh, yeah, that would be ideal.
Curve inside, another slam out towards that right foul territory. Hits the back wall and takes a roll into the fair side, but way too late on that one. Chasing it down for Centennial is Evans, the right fielder, deep in the corner near the home run pole there.
Alvarado's making contact, but his timing is a little off. He just needs to work on that a little bit if he wants to get it in play.
Still a full count now as Gresham faces Alvarado. Curveball outside, and that will be ball 4. So Bird will get on, or Alvarado will get on base due to a walk. First runner for the Eagles. And that brings up the cleanup man, Mackay Brewer. We've been setting him up all game long so far, batting .353. He's had 12 hits, 8 runs scored, 14 RBIs. Of course, when you're the leader with 6 home runs, that tells you why the RBIs are racking up. 2 doubles and a triple so far. All 3 of the Hobbs Eagle home runs.
He's also had 9 strikeouts.
Another lefty for the Eagles. Takes a curveball inside for the ball. Good eye there for Brewer. Runner on still is Alvarado. Centennial had 1 runner on earlier in this contest at the bottom or top of the first. Curveball clips the outside corner for the strike. Brewer kind of shaking his head. Wish he would have lunged out at that one. This is a guy that Coach Boyle says can hit any side of the field. He hits it where you don't expect him to hit it. It's exactly what you want to see in this situation here with the runner on. Changeup is going to be slapped out to right field on the ground. That should be at least a single. The runner going to stay at second. Alvarado, first hit of the ball game for the Eagles. Runners at first and second now. Hobbs starting to get a little bit of a flow going here offensively. They go to 5th in the order. Major Bird, the third baseman, will step up now. Berg, go ahead.
And that's the first hit for the Hobbs Eagles.
Berg batting .296 this season. Has 8 hits, 4 runs, 5 RBIs, and 5 doubles. So definitely some good numbers. Bird, I'd say, probably one of the more potent hitters for Hobbs so far. Of course, he's a senior, one of the 3, so leading by example. Runners at first and second for Hobbs with 2 down, though. The force out at third. Gresham turns and fires a fastball hit high up in the air towards left. It might be shallow. Actually, it's not going to even get outside of the infield. Over the shoulder, one-hand catch. Kind of a dangerous, kind of a flop of the glove there to catch that ball. As coming over to do that was Reed for out number 3. So the Eagles are knocking at the door with runners at first and second, but they leave 2 on. No runs come across after 1 hit and a walk. We go to the top of the second. Your score remains 0-0. The Eagles and the Hawks battle the Birds at Sportsmans Park. Returns in 60 seconds. Second inning action here at Sportsman's Park. Ty friend Ron Gunner with you. You're listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, the Hobbs Sports page, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Still scoreless, top of the second. The Centennial Hawks at the plate. Eagles on defense. Top of the first inning, the Hawks getting 1 hit and then had a ground out and a fly out. Eagles also getting a single in the bottom of the first and left a couple of runners on. Starting off for the Hawks here in the second inning, Aiden Huston, the catcher. He is the cleanup man for the Hawks. And continue the pitching of Makai Brewer. Takes the first pitch low and outside for ball 1. Huston batting .400 this season. He's got 8 hits, 1 run, 8 RBIs, and 3 doubles and 1 home run. So he's got one of the 6 HRs for Centennial so far. Holds on the second pitch, clips the outside corner on the fastball, evens up the count at 1-1. Brewer's going to quick reload, the windup and the throw. Fastball low and clicks off the bat and goes down quickly. Hits in front of the base for the foul ball. And now the count 1-2 as Brewer gets ahead of the catcher Huston.
Something Hobbs usually does is pitches fast.
1 ball and 2 strikes now. Brewer's given up 1 hit as we're into the second. Time called as backing out was Huston. Huston got a little bit of size in there, too. Also helps out when you're a catcher, getting a little bit more of a strike zone look. Fastball hits low, submarine style, and able to scoop it out is Singleton, but a ball call there. Evens up the count at 2-2. As you mentioned, Brewer's not going to waste much time getting back in the strut here to try to throw another pitch. Forces Huston to get back in the box. The 2-2, fastball off the middle of the bat, rolls down the first base line. Nice backhand pulling it down for the Eagles. Alvarado then stamps the base for the out. So Eagles taking care of business defensively, doing a great job at both first and third. We saw Bird in the top of the first with some 2 quick outs. And right there, a great sprint to the side there to get the backhand for Alvarado.
Yeah, the ball was hit right to him. He didn't have to do too much. Just looked at his pitcher, noticed that he could just go ahead and run it in and touch the base for the first out.
Jake Estup, the center fielder, up now for the Hawks. Trying to get something going here. Curveball inside. He was showing bunt, but fouls into the left backstop. Estup is batting .222 this season. He has 4 hits, 7 runs scored, 6 RBIs, and a couple of triples. He is one of their seniors on the squad.
Yeah, just trying to get on base to give them something to of a start on their offense.
Brewer ready to go once again, kind of bombing up and down his S-step. Showed bunt on the first one. This time he wants to throw it. It hits his back left ankle, so hit by a pitch. Free base going to be given to S-step. He wasn't even showing the bunt that time, and Brewer just lost a little touch on the throw. March Madness going on tonight's college basketball, of course. Alabama, the number 1 team in the country, leading number 5 San Diego State 48-39 in the second half. So March Madness continues with some games going on tonight. The Sweet 16 from around the country. Right here, 0-0 your score. The Hobbs Eagles and Centennial Hawks in some baseball action. Still scoreless. 1 down for the Hawks. E.J. Martinez at the plate takes a fastball outside for ball 1. Martinez on the season from the plate, .333. He's got 7 hits, 4 runs, 4 RBIs, a double, and a home run. So several of their guys in the top of the order here at least got 1 home run apiece. A steal on the way. The Eagles throw to first and then try to get it back to second, but coming off the bag to come make the catch was Gonzalez from the throw from Alvarado at first as the runner was already halfway through on the steal. He gets there in time. Have to dust himself off just a bit, even though there isn't any dirt out there to worry about. That was Estep. He was hit by a pitch to get on base to begin with. Already starting to lead off, too, and he's got a dancing around out there between second and third.
Just not a really good play for the defense for Hobbs.
1 ball to no strikes as Brewer takes a look back at second, throws up his knee, and then steps off the rubber, chasing the runner back to second. Eagles kind of spread out around the second base, really not challenging the runner yet. Here's the pitch now from Brewer. Fastball bounces in front of the plate. Oh, boy, it looked like it bounced. It must have just barely got over before it hit low. And holding on at that time was Martinez to pick up the strike. Well, it looked kind of low to me on that one, about shin high.
And he called strike.
Curveball inside, golf swing and a miss. Ball was dropped up ahead. Looked like Singleton kind of playing with it just a bit to see if the runner would try to bite to third and bounce it in front of the plate that time. But not a very good swing, that one, for Martinez to go to 0-2 in the count. It's Brewer trying to work on his second out here in the top of the second. Still 0-0. Long look back at second, turns and fires a fastball outside. Another swing and a miss, and that will strike out E.J. Martinez, the first K of the game for Brewer on the mound for the Eagles. That'll be out number 2. And Ruben Hernandez will step up now. He is the DH as he is in for Corey Gresham, the pitcher. Hernandez comes up, took a little bit of time coming out of the dugout there. He is batting .333 on the season, does have 3 hits, 3 runs scored, 3 RBIs, or 1 RBI, excuse me, and 1 double. Runner at second, nobody else on the bases for the Hawks. Here's the windup of the throw, curving inside. Bounces off Singleton, able to pick it up and throws a bouncer over to third. Bird lost it for a second, but the shortstop comes from behind to scoop it up. That's Udahara, the freshman with good speed to get over there. Maybe a little gamemanship going on that time to see if the runner was going to think that ball was through and continue down to home. They would have easily picked him off. But that will advance him to third, so knocking at the door are the Centennial Hawks trying to get their first run of the ball game. So Mackay Brewer facing Hernandez, the DH. Fastball off the thick of the bat, and it'll be fouled out towards the JV field on the right side. Of course, the team's using metal bats, and Coach Boyle was actually talking about his team might want to be using wooden bats in practice to try to get their hitting streaks back. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Curveball outside, and barely misses the outside corner for ball 2.
Got an update on Eunice against Santa Rosa. The final was 4-2. Eunice wins that game.
Cardinals always a force to be reckoned with in the state of New Mexico. The 2-1 pitch, curveball. This time clips the outside corner, about chest high for strike 2. Evens up the count at 2-2. 2 down with the runner at third. Still waiting to get in is Estep. He was hit by a pitch, advanced on a couple of steals to get to third. But Brewer trying to shut this one down now. Fastball yanked out towards center field, right center. That's going to go towards the wall, and I think it might have gotten over. Yes, it did.
It did. It was a home run.
A little bit left of the flag out there in right center field. That'll be a 2-run homer, 2 RBIs put through for Ruben Hernandez. So HR, 2 RBIs, scoring Estep, and the first run of the ball game, or make it 2 runs of the ball game for the Centennial Hawks. Team out there all chest bumping him now. That's Hernandez's first home run of the season, and that'll make it 3 RBIs as he adds 2 to his totals, including himself. And now the score, big change now. It's 2-0 here at Sportsman's Park.
Yeah, we got some fans here from Centennial rooting them on.
Yeah, about a 5-hour drive from there, if you take the bus at least. Curveball gets bounced off. They're going to point towards first to see if he did come around on it. The batter is Jason Ortega. The first base umpire says nope, gives the safe signal. So that'll be ball number 1. Little time now on the mound, getting his breath is Brewer. Wind up and the throw. Fastball off the handle. It's going to go foul over the Centennial Hawks dugout on the right side. 2-0 your score after a 2 RBI homer for Ruben Hernandez, the DH, 7th in the order. Jason Ortega, the left fielder, is 8th right now, but he's facing 2 outs and a 1-1 count. Here comes Brewer, fastball, out to Bird. Nice scoop out of the dirt, turns and fires across the field and connects over to Alvarado for out number 3. But damage done on the 2 RBI homer by Ruben Hernandez. The only hit in the top of the second. Estep, who scored, got on due to being hit by a pitch. So 2 runs come across. Nobody left on the bases as we go to the bottom of the second. Your Hobbs Eagles at bat. They trail 2-0 to Centennial back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back to the bottom of the second inning here at Sportsman's Park. Your Hobbs Eagles trailing 2-0. That's because of a 2 RBI home run for Ruben Hernandez, scoring Jake Estep. But the Hobbs Eagles now going to get some offense going here. They do have 1 hit so far. The bottom of the first, they got Makai Brewer, the big power hitter, with a single. Eagles not able to get anybody to come across the plate, but they're getting another opportunity to do that right now, Ron.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate the first hit that the Hawks had was for a home run.
And that will put at the plate for the Eagles Kenyon Singleton. He is 6th in the order. Of course, the Eagles do not have a DH. Kenyon, the catcher, as he gets into the box now. Here in the bottom of the second, we are slated for 7, game 1 of the doubleheader. Takes a curveball inside, gets a good chunk of it towards right field. This is head to the wall, and this one is gone as well. A little bit more right than what the first home run was for Centennial. It was right of the flag. No, wait, the ball's coming in.
Nope.
Did that hit the fence or what? He's jogging around the bases to home. Maybe it hit the scoreboard. Okay, it hit the scoreboard is what it did. We couldn't even see it back there.
Yeah.
So it is a home run nonetheless. The right center fielder did throw it in finally. That was Estep. He was the guy that one of the scorers for Centennial on the previous offensive stance there for the Hawks. But the home run going to go in the books for Kenyon Singleton. He is not a slugger either, but he's going to take care of it right there to put it over the fence to get this down to a 1-run ball game. Definitely a good position for him to be in there, Ron.
Yeah, definitely, especially when you can get the first hit, you hit a home run. You cannot argue with that.
Definitely a great one for the catcher. Takes a fastball to the next batter. That's Saul Armendariz, the junior right fielder. Of course, he's the brother of Hector, who plays right next to him out there in the outfield. Curveball down the middle, low, swing and a miss. Over the top of it was Armendariz. Mentioned Singleton not being really a slugger out there. He's only 154 on the season, and that is his first home run as well that we just saw seconds ago. He also had his third RBI after he ran around the bases. 2-1 your score here in the bottom of the second. Curveball inside. Takes a quick dive across the bottom of the plate, but that's going to be too low for the ump. And that will go to a 2-ball, 1-strike count with no outs for the Eagles.
Yeah, look just a bit too much on the inside.
Saul Armendariz, 172 on the season. He has 5 hits, 3 runs scored, and 5 RBIs, a double and a triple. Takes a pitch inside there for ball 3. It almost hit him in the elbow, it looked like.
It was a little off there. I thought it might have hit him too, actually.
Again, Armendariz 7th in the order for the Eagles. Has a 3-ball, 1-strike count. The windup in the throw from Gresham hits him in the middle of the back, right in the number 13. Talk about unlucky. So both teams have had one player hit by a pitch, and that'll be Armendariz for the Eagles as he'll take the free base. It's a little trouble now for Gresham keeping control of his pitches. Threw up a homer and also now hit by a pitch. Kind of a carbon copy of what we saw that happened with the Eagles defensively in the prior part of this inning.
And I believe that's the 10th player that has been hit this season by a pitch.
Josiah Martinez now, the left fielder, 8th in the order for the Eagles. Getting his first opportunity at the plate. Another lefty, one of the 3 that have been at the plate so far. This steal is on. A blooper is going to be handed out to the pitcher. Now they're going to throw it to first. Great dive for Gresham to make the catch. Left of the pitching mound, and for some reason we already had the steal getting to second. Didn't even realize the catch was made. Beautiful throw for Gresham as he dove on the turf face first, made the catch, and then spun around, got off the ground, and made the throw to first for 2 outs. We've seen some great double-out situation for Major Bird for the Eagles, but now the pitcher for the Hawks also stepping up.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that they did not know that it was going to be caught really quickly. He did a great job stealing. Unfortunately, though, he wasn't back at first base in time. Called out.
Curveball knuckler inside to Udahara, 9th in the order for the Eagles, and he's going to foul that out to the left. Udahara is a freshman. He's coming in at the shortstop position as he came in for an injured player a few weeks ago. Fastball down the middle, a little high for ball 1. Udahara, with no hits this season, has scored 2 runs. So doing some good stuff around the bases for the Eagles. Now facing 2 outs, so after some great defensive plays there by Gresham, the pitcher. 1-0 pitch, fastball low for ball 2. Good eye there for Udahara.
Yeah, Gresham has bounced back after that home run earlier in this inning, and so far he's pitching pretty well.
Although outs don't make up for runs given up, though, but he's doing the best he can, I guess.
That's true. You do what you can.
Fastball high for ball 3. So getting well ahead of the count now is Udahara. Again, 9th in the order for the Eagles. Gonzalez, Martinez, and Alvarado, 1, 2, and 3 coming up for Hobbs. And they can continue here with the 2 outs. Again, 3-0 count. Udahara trying to be a base runner here. Fastball goes low, bounces off the plate, and that'll be ball 4. So already hit by a pitch, a walk, and a home run given up by Gresham here in the bottom of the second. Eagles trying to crawl their way back into this one as they are down 2-1 in the bottom of the second. Top of the order now is going to be Gonzalez, who ground out to Gresham back in the first for the first out of the ball game. And Gonzalez so far this season with 3 RBIs, does have a runner on and a double this season. Gresham turns and fires a curveball, and trying to get his back out of the way was Gonzalez, and that was kind of a floater, and almost looked like Gonzalez might be trying to turn it into the ball that time to try to get another freebie. 1-0 count now to Gerardo Gonzalez, top of the order for the Eagles, the second baseman. Fastball down the middle for the strike, and just holding on it was Gonzalez. You saw a little bit of a shift there at the last second by Huston, the catcher, to the right of the plate. Count even up at 1-1 with 2 down. Runner at first for the Eagles. That was Udahara due to the walk.
Wind's blown away. This could be an easy time for to hit another home run.
Fastball is being whacked out to short over to Milani. He just takes a little jog to second, makes the stop, and out number 3. So the Eagles are going to leave 1 on base. Hobbs did manage to get a walk and a a home run, 1 hit, and hit by a pitch. So 3 runners got on, 1 left on. A run comes across. We go to the top of the third. Your Eagles trailing by 1, 2-1 to the Centennial Hawks. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Top of the third inning, your Hobbs Eagles trail Centennial 2-1. Both teams with a couple of hits so far. Centennial's got a home run and a double, and for the Hobbs Eagles, a home run and a single. Makai Brewer on the mound for the Eagles as he faces 8th in the order, Rodney Evans, actually 9th in the order, the right fielder. Fastball gets knocked outside, having to chase a little bit. Kenyon Singleton, the catcher, for ball 1. Again, Evans at the bottom of the order. Comes into this contest batting perfect, 1 for 1. Fastball goes low for ball 2. Evans has hit just 1 single so far with an RBI, so an RBI single. Has only been at bat 1 time. Here comes a 2-0 pitch from Brewer. Curve comes inside and hits the bottom of the plate off the corner, but way too low for the swing there for Evans. He's just going to hold on to that one, and again, having to make Singleton work just a bit. It bounced away, so he had to go chase it left to the plate. It's going to be kind of tiring with a doubleheader for him as he does play both games. There's a 3-0 now from Brewer. Fastball down the middle, and there's the strike as Evans holds on for that one.
Yeah, Brewer needed that one to keep it alive.
Andrew Evans, a junior, a coach's son as well for the Hawks. Fastball low for ball 4. That will pick up a walk for Evans. That'll be the first walk issued by Brewer in this game, although he did put a guy on with a hit by a pitch. That'll bring up top of the order, Kieran Reed. He has the first hit of the ball game to start the first inning with a double. But they weren't able to put anybody across after him.
And he even had a stolen base, but he just wasn't able to get to the home plate.
2-1 your score here in the top of the third. We are slated for 7 in game 1 of the doubleheader here at Sportsmans Park. If you're going to come out to the games, by all means do so. Bring a jacket with these winds gusting here. Brewer takes a peek at first, turns and fires. Curveball inside, low, and Singleton let it hit the plate a little bit. Make the runner think that he lost control of it and jumps up quickly, but not biting on that one was Evans, easily back to first. 1 ball, no strikes now to Reed. Gutierrez, Milani, and Huston, 2, 3, and 4 in the order for the Hawks. Here comes a 1-0 now from Brewer. Fastball outside, and once again, it's just a drop on purpose there by Singleton. You can hear that ball hitting the glove pretty hard. I think he's just flopping it down on that first baseline to continue to see if Evans will bite on the first base.
I hope it's just that instead of just misplaying it.
2-0 count now. No outs here in the top of the third. 2-1 score. The windup in the throw, fastball outside for ball 3. Low on that one.
Once again, behind in the count is the pitcher, Brewer. But hopefully he can get out of this one, especially with 1 on.
Reed was batting his boot there with his bat, although there's not much dirt to deal with on this field, so kind of a routine that you just do anyway. Here's a 3-0, fastball high, and that'll be ball 4. So back-to-back walks issued by Makai Brewer. And Coach Bowman, the pitching coach for the Eagles, going to head out to the mound to talk to him, as well as Kenyon Singleton, the catcher. We'll take a quick 30-second break for the timeout. 2-1 your score, top of the third. We'll be back here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. So Mekhi Brewer stays on the mound for the Eagles. How many pitches he got so far, Ron?
38 pitches so far for Mekhi.
You weren't expecting any changes there, were you?
No, not at all, especially with the doubleheader going on.
And just a 2-1 score here. Both teams are well close to each other at this point. Mekhi looks back at second, turns and fires a fastball, bounces off the chest protector of Singleton, lets it bounce in front of the plate, and jumps up for it. He's got runners at first and second, nobody advancing. That will be a ball. Looks like a big hit next door at the JV field. A big scream over there. It's rolling up the third baseline for the Eagles, so good sign there on the field next to us here at Sportsmans Park. Here's a 1-0 pitch, fastball, clips the outside corner for strike one. Count goes to 1-1 now. Runners at first and second for the Hawks from Centennial, both on walks so far. That's Reed and Evans.
It looks like they scored a run next door.
No outs yet for the Eagle defense here in the top of the third. 2-1. Throw to first. Easily back in time was Reed. 2 walks so far for the Hawks and 2 for the Eagles. Both teams have been hit by a pitch once as well, so 3 freebies offered up by both teams, or at least the pitching crews.
So far.
We're going to wind up and throw. Fastball yanked out to left field on the ground. That will be at least a single. Runner will score. They'll check it in from left field. No, the runner's going to go back to third. Nice throw coming in for the Eagles by Martinez out in left field. He's got the sun right in his eyes as well. But that will go down as a single, but we'll load the bases, so it's going to be a big mess here for Brewer to try to come out of. But you have to give credit to Martinez out in left field to get that ball in as quick as he did.
He did, because otherwise it could have been at least 1 score run, and if it wasn't played right, it could have been more. But stop the damage.
But there's our bases loaded, as we mentioned, though, so it's going to be some big pitches coming to Stephen Milani. Again, he's one of their best batters for the team at 700 coming into this game. He has 12 RBIs, second best on the Hawks squad. And he's got all bases covered up with runners, too, which is not a good situation with no outs. First pitch from Brewer, go curveball, bounces off the turf and off the knee protectors there. That's coming up with it Singleton, the catcher. And, boy, this kid is very athletic. He's not going to let balls get by him too easily, and he likes to use those pads to block them down.
Yeah, but it looked almost like it hit the batter. Did not, luckily, so it's a continuation.
Runners at all bases now. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Fastball gets by Singleton's glove, the webbing. That's going to bring a runner home and a slide face first into the home plate. Singleton could not get the throw back to Brewer at the plate, and that'll be a run scored. So Evans gets it through for Centennial, and that will be their first run here in the third inning to go to 3-1 on the scoreboard.
And more importantly, that's going to advance the runners to second and third and give them more of a chance to score with no outs so far.
And coming up now, again, Milani. He flew out to behind the home plate to catcher to Singleton back in the first inning for the third out. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fastball outside and sliding on the knees to the right to make the catch was Singleton, the catcher.
And Brewer deep in the hole now with 2 on and no outs. And 0-3 on the count, or 3-0 on the count.
Of course, there's been 1 home run so far for Centennial, but 1 for the Eagles as well. 2-1 pitch, curve inside. Good air underneath this one to left center. That might go clear the fence, and it does. A home run to left center field will score 3 runs, so 3 RBIs converted by Milani. We knew he was a slugger. He will score himself as well. And now Brewer's probably going to have another discussion. I'm sure I'd see Coach Bowman possibly out here in just a minute. But runs being scored by Reed, Gutierrez, and, of course, the guy that hit the homer, Stephen Milani. That'll put the scoreboard now to 6-1, a 5-run lead for the Centennial Hawks here in the top of the third. And still no outs on the scoreboard, Ron.
Yeah, and 4 runs in the third. That is not a good sign. Going to continue with Brewer, but for how much longer, we don't know yet.
Don't see any. Yep, there is some work going on in the bullpen now. It's down at the far end bullpen, so it's kind of hard to see who's down there. We'll have to try to check that out here in just a minute. That'll bring up to the plate for Centennial Huston, the catcher. He ground out to first back in the second inning, and Alvarado taking care of him on the defense. First pitch to him, fastball, right back out to left field. This is going to be more shallow, and a one-handed catch by Martinez for the first out.
Yes, definitely for the first out. Need those. Need 2 more to get out of this inning.
So Martinez, a couple good plays out there and left. And now Jake Estup steps up. He was the first run scorer for the Hawks back in the second inning. Got on due to a hit by a pitch, had a couple of steals and that run. Estup is 5th in the order. Here comes the pitch from Brewer. Curveball inside. It goes right down from the knees to the ankles. Didn't make any contact there, but a ball call nonetheless.
It was very close, though, to hitting the batter. But once again, no call, so one ball.
Yeah, could have hit in several different locations that time, but stayed clear. Fastball hits the bottom of the strike zone, and holding on it was Estep for the strike. Count goes to 1-1. Quick release now from Brewer. Another fastball goes low, bounces off the plate, and knocked down as well by Singleton, the catcher. 2 balls and a strike now to Estep. Martinez, Hernandez, and Ortega coming up next for Centennial with just 1 down. They lead 6-1 here in the top of the third. Curveball outside, off the end of the glove of Singleton. No runners on to worry about, though, and the count goes to 3-1 on the ball.
Sure, Hobbs would like to see Brewer get through this inning at least so they can save some of their pitchers.
Wind kind of getting down a little bit less than what we saw a few minutes ago here. Curveball inside, below the knees, and taking off was Estep, but he had to be turned back around as the umpire called the strike. Looked a little low there, but umpire right behind the plate. So that'll be 3-2 with a full count now as Brewer continues to face Estep. Deep breath here for Brewer, the windup and the throw. Oh, it looked like it hit him in the left knee, and then bounces off the plate as well. Didn't see the signal on that one, but regardless, is going to give a man on first. And I would say he might have got hit for his second time in this ball game. I don't think Brewer's a big fan of Jake Estep, the center fielder.
No, I wouldn't say that at all.
Looked like it did hit his left knee, but no conclusive evidence of that.
Right.
E.J. Martinez stepping up now. He is 6th in the order, struck out in the second inning, the only strikeout for Centennial in this game so far as we are into the top of the third. Runner at first is Estep. Second time on base due to being hit by a pitch. Takes the fastball on the first pitch, low for ball 1. Martinez is second baseman for the Hawks. Wind starting to pick up more as we speak. He does have 4 RBIs, does Martinez. We're going to go with the fastball outside, and Singleton looking at first the whole time as he made the catch from behind the plate and didn't have to pop up. Runner was back quickly. Count goes to 2-0. Starting to get those 30, 35-mile-per-hour gusts here. The flag's been moving around quite a bit in this ball game. Here comes the 2-0. Fastball outside. The steal is on. Throw to second. Gets through 2 players of the Eagles. Rolls out into center. Another steal coming to third. Diving head first and making the play. So double steals by Jake Estep. Estep has 4 steals in this ball game. That one actually aided by a missed catch here at second on the throwdown, but pretty decent throw for Singleton. It just got between 2 players that kind of miscommunicating there at second base to see who's going to try to make the catch in the tag.
Yeah, the catcher had a great throw, just didn't get there in time, and the throw after that to third base was nowhere near close to being a tag out.
So runner at third, 2-0 count. Brewer now going to take the pitch. Fastball comes down the middle. Actually, a little curve action towards the end of that one. Looked like the batter's just going to hold on it. He was starting to flinch, but he'll pick up the strike. 2 balls and 1 strike now at the runner at third. Brewer going to come back with a fastball off the handle. Going to foul it out towards the Centennial dugout. Just barely bounces over the roof there and rolls toward the JV field. So staying alive now is E.J. Martinez. Been here for a few minutes. He's got a runner at third now, knocking on the door. Only 1 out, though, for Centennial, so they've got 1 to work with here. They can't get Martinez to convert. But we got Hernandez coming up next with a 2 RBI homer back in the second. Fastball low and outside, and they're going to say that was ball 4. So he's going to take a walk. That will be the 3rd walk issued by Brewer. And they go to 7th in the order. Again, Ruben Hernandez, the guy we're talking about. 2 RBI home run. The DH got that back in the second inning. And adding on to a 3-run game at that point back in the second. Right now it's 6-1, though, in favor of the Hawks, the travel team. And we got a timeout called. Now it's Coach Boyle, which not the pitching coach, the head coach, might have a time for a pitching change here.
Most likely because you've got 2 on, especially in the dangerous scoring position, first and third. You've only got 1 out, and it just is not working out for Brewer so far in this game. So would not be surprised if we do see that pitching change.
Coach Boyle just took the ball from Mackay Brewer. Of course, we're still going to see his bat in this ball game, as he's going to take an exit towards the dugout and wait to see who they're going to bring in to make the change there on the mound. They had one of their outfielders sprinting in here, double-checking to see who this is. He might be the guy that's going to be taken over. Kind of looked like that might have been Hector Armendariz, but sprinting towards the dugout. See if my eyes are working properly here. Yep, that's Hector Armendariz. Yep. The center fielder going to go to the mound, and we'll try to find out any other changes around the bases, too. We'll take a break here, top of the third. It's 6-1, Las Cruces from Centennial. Centennial from Las Cruces. We'll be back in 60 seconds here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Pitching change going on here at Sportsman's Park. Hobbs Eagles and the Centennial Hawks out of Las Cruces. Ty, friend Ron Gunner with you. Max back at the station. Your Eagles trailing 6-1 to the Hawks. The pitching change, Hector Armendariz coming in from center field, in for Mackay Brewer, who finished 3 1/3 innings and gave up a few hits out there, including a home run, and down 6-1 at this point. Armendariz comes in with a 1-3 record in 5 appearances and has an ERA of 7.88. As he coming in from the center field position, has a few words now for Kenyon Singleton, his catcher. First pitching change of the game here in the third. We are slated for 7. First game of the doubleheader. We got an hour late start. A bus situation for Centennial, and they got here. They gave plenty of notice, but they did get the game started late. And it makes it a little bit of later Friday night, so maybe a colder second game than we were expecting.
Definitely it is, and definitely will be in the dark when we get to the second game.
Thankfully, we got the lights going here. Ruben Hernandez, the 2 RBI home run, and boy, having to come into a game, having to pitch to this guy, Hector Armendariz, got a lot of pressure on him. Throws a fastball outside and gets the strike. Little flinch there by Hernandez. He is 7th in the order for the Hawks.
And this is the 8th batter in this inning.
High lofting curveball floats on top near the chin for the ball. Counts even up at 1-1. Boy, that sun right on the scoreboard, too, making it hard to check those digits out.
Yes.
Runner at first for the Hawks. First and third, I should say. Another curveball, chin high again. More inside this time for ball 2. They've got Estup at third and Martinez at first, both getting on more of gifts. A hit by a pitch for Estup and Martinez with the walk. 2 balls and a strike. Hector Armendariz, he's going to come off the rubber and get the runners back to their bases. Gets his glove adjusted here, and back in the box goes Hernandez. Ortega and Evans, 8th and 9th in the order for the Hawks with 1 out. Curveball inside, hits the plate, and trying to spin around, trying to find it. It goes through the legs of the batter that time. Singleton finally able to scoop it up as Hernandez kind of sprawled his legs out there and giving the catcher an opportunity. Did not want to get called for interference on the play that time. Just tried to spread the legs out there just a bit.
Well, it would have been a situation of picking whether you wanted to go for protecting second or home. And in any case, that wasn't the problem.
Armendariz with a fastball low and already sprinting away as Hernandez. He read the walk call way before the umpire made it. Back-to-back walks issued for the Hobbs Eagles, although a new pitcher in, which is Hector Armendariz. So now we got bases loaded for the second time in this ball game. And Jason Ortega, the man up for the Hawks. He grounded out to third for the third and final out of the second inning. So any of the bases could be a stomp out for the Eagles. And they need to get 2 of these to get out of this top of the third, trailing 6-1.
Yeah, Hobbs needs a double play to get out of this one.
Here's the curveball inside, and not a full swing on that one. It's going to go foul towards the right. A couple Eagles sprinting hard to get out towards that side fence. Down the dugout right line there, and good opportunity there for a possible catch in the out-of-bounds zone, but Alvarado and Saul Armendariz able to make the play. The sun's right in their face now in right field as well. We're starting to see a shade there on the left side of the outfield. And a sun completely on top of the scoreboard.
Exactly. It is just glaring off that scoreboard. Can't see it from here.
0-1 count now after the foul ball for Ortega. 8th in the order for the Hawks with bases loaded. Here's the windup of the throw from Armendariz. Curveball, and comes out the middle of the bat, right to the middle of the backstop for the foul. So getting ahead of the count now is Ortega, 0-2. Or getting behind in the count, 0-2, is Hector Armendariz coming in with some good backup work for Mackay Brewer. Eagles try to get out of this inning. As checking his left wristband now is Hector Armendariz. Little delay on the mound now. Here comes the windup in the throw. Fastball yanked out towards left field, and it's going to take a roll. That should score at least one run. I'm not sure they're going to send two. The coach is going to try to send two. Ball gets through the left field, and there's going to be time for two runners to score. So that should have been at least a single. Got extended maybe to a double on that one.
Right.
2 RBIs as scoring on the play was Martinez and Hernandez. So both of them get across the plate.
As they cleared the bases.
Well, they got one on still, the second. Yeah, all three
Yes.
the runners before him scored, so that makes it 9-1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're right.
Because they scored several people on that one, including Estep.
Right.
Estep, Martinez, and Hernandez. Then, of course, Jason Ortega with the 2 RBI double. He'll lead off at second. Still just one out here in the top of the third. Curveball inside and low for ball one. Andrew Evans, 9th in the order. He walked back in the third, also scored a run. Eagles so far have issued 4 walks in this ball game. Armendariz taking a look a couple of times back at second. Goes with a fastball down the middle for the strike as Evans waited on it. Evens up the count at 1-1. 8-run lead for the Centennial Hawks, coming in with a 7-2 record. Hobbs at 3-8. They played twice last year. Eagles winning both of those games. And Centennial trying to return the favor here at Sportsmans Park.
So far they're going the right way to do it.
Armendariz again waiting to look at second and throws a fastball outside, sliding to the right to make the catch behind the plate is Singleton, saving the wild pitch. Very apparent of the runner there at second, who keeps leading off quite heavily for the Hawks. 9-1 your score, top of the third. This third inning is starting to drag a little bit for the Hobbs Eagle defense. Fastball low and outside for ball 3. Good eye for Andrew Evans. They go to the top of the order after him. Reed, Gutierrez, and Milani. 3 hits combined with those 3 guys, including a home run, double, and a single, and a walk on top of it. Curveball high for ball 4. So 2 walks have been picked up by Andrew Evans at the bottom of the order. Down to the top with Karen Reed. He is 1 for 1 with a double, a stolen base. Also got a walk and a run scored. He's been on base both times as a starter in this game. Karen Reed, the third baseman. He's got runner at first base now. And a 9-1 lead on top of the Hobbs Eagles here at Sportsman's Park.
Definitely not how Hobbs wanted to play this in the third inning.
Armendariz coming in for Mackay Bird in this inning. Curveball, clips the inside corner, and kind of turning his back a little bit was Karen Reed trying to get some help from the ump on that one, but the smoke and mirrors didn't work.
It did not. He tried, but no acting award for that one.
0-1 count now to Reed. Still a lot of activity at second. As moving over there was Udahara. Curveball over the top of the helmet of Gutierrez. They're making Reed. Takes the ball there, shaking his head no after that one. He's almost feeling the stars before the ball would have hit his helmet, which he got away from just in time.
It looked like a nice slider, though, but still, batter reacted.
1 ball and 1 strike. Armendariz turns and fires. Curveball at the end of the bat, out to right field. It's a shallow hit, takes a bounce. Should be an RBI single. The throw coming in into the infield, and covering it for the Eagles was Alvarado, but the run does score. An RBI single converted by Reed. And that will bring across the plate Jason Ortega. as he gets his first run of the ball game. And now the score 10-1. Now Mercy Roll doesn't come in until after the 5th inning, so Eagles not in jeopardy yet. We're still in the 3rd. 10-1 the score in favor of the Hawks. And that real tall kid in there now, Aaron Gutierrez, he is 1 for 2, a single, a run, and ground out to 3rd.
Yeah, but so far he has not been able to get a single out yet. Still just 1 away in the top of the 3rd.
Armendariz dealing with 2 runners, 1st and 2nd. Fastball, high one, swing and a miss for Gutierrez. Hobbs has 1 strikeout back in the 2nd inning on E.J. Martinez, but nothing else after that. Of course, Armendariz just checking in here in the 3rd inning in relief. 0-1 count. Armendariz going to go. Curveball, and hits the outside shoulder of Gutierrez for another hit by a pitch. That is the 3rd time that's happened. 2 with Estep and now 1 with Gutierrez with another runner on. That's going to load the bases. Hobbs has faced this 3 times here in these first 3 innings.
Yeah, and it has not gone well for him at all. You know, with 8 runs now in this 3rd inning, and it just seems to be getting worse and worse as the inning moves along.
One of their lefties checking in now, Stephen Milani. Of course, he's that shortstop that hit the 3 RBI homer. He was 1 to score as well. First inning, he only had a fly to behind the home plate there, right to Kenyon Singleton. He definitely has a good bat, the best on the team, 700 coming into this ball game. Takes the first pitch from Armendariz, a fastball low for ball 1. Hawks being pretty aggressive on the bases, too. They want to continue to add on to their lead up by 9.
Yeah, they are definitely playing some very good offense.
Bases loaded for the Hawks. Fastball comes low. In between the legs of Singleton, able to corral it, though, and get it back out to his pitcher, Armendariz. 2 balls and no strikes. Again, 3rd in the order, Stephen Milani. Already with 3 RBIs in this ball game.
And with a 9-run lead, you can be patient at the bat.
Yep, take the pitches you want. Fastball gets away from Singleton on the outside left. He chases it down behind the plate. But that is a ball for 3-0 count now. So Milani, again, has a lot of room to mess with here. Doesn't have to swing at the next one if he doesn't want to. Milani has 15 RBIs this season, 3 of those tonight. 3 balls and no strikes with the bases loaded for the Hawks. Curveball clips the outside corner. Nice little lunge over there by Singleton to make sure that was put in the right position for the ump to see it. Kind of waggle that glove just a bit. It makes the count 3-1 off the strike. Still just 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. A very long top of the 3rd. Here's the windup of the throw. Fastball low for ball 4. That will score a run as well. So Milani picks up the walk, which is also an RBI, and brings in Andrew Evans.
Yep.
That's his 2nd run of the ball game. He's only been on due to walks. Another timeout called. Coach Bowman, the pitching coach for the Eagles, going to head on out there as the score goes to 11-1 in favor of Centennial. We'll take another 60-second break and come back with more Hobbs Eagle baseball on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Still at the top of the 3rd here with 1 down. The Hawks still at the plate, leading 11-1. It's a mercy rule score right now, but that doesn't kick into the 5th inning at the end of it. Still on the mound for the Eagles, Armendariz, and he throws a curveball outside and blocked down by Singleton, the catcher, to keep that one in play. Runners are going to have to stay at their bases. On the plate here, Aiden Huston, the catcher. He's 0 for 2. Ground to first and flew to left on his first 2 at-bats. Hector Armendariz in relief of Mackay Brewer here in the 3rd inning. He went 2 1/3. Fastball low, rolls across the plate for the ball. Count goes to 2-0, and Eagles again have another game after this one, taking on Centennial one more time tonight. Late start here at Sportsmans Park. Here comes a 2-0 pitch from Hector Armendariz. Curveball inside for ball 3. Good eye there for Huston. Huston is the cleanup man for this Centennial Hawks squad. He's got a lot of runners to help him out as well. Huston with a total of 8 RBIs this season. Here's the windup and the throw. Fastball high for ball 4. So another walk and a score run for Centennial. They've had back-to-back walks here. RBI going to pick up for Huston on that one, and scoring was Karen Reed. That's his second run of the ball game. And now goes to 12-1 your score. And timeout for Coach Boyle. Looks like another pitching change is coming here quickly.
Yep, he's got the roster out, so he's definitely going to be making a pitching change. It's just a matter of who it's going to be.
And Coach mentioned that down at the Las Cruces tournament, they will be making a sub here, that he had a lot of pitchers coming in and out just to get some work for some of his players. And looks like that's going to happen tonight, not by strategy, but by necessity at this point. We'll take a break and get you caught up on who's on the mound now for the Eagles. Stay with us. They trail 12 or make that 11 or 12-1, isn't it? Here at the top of the third. We'll be back here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Third pitcher of the night for the Hobbs Eagles in game one of the doubleheader, the freshman Luke Parrish. His record is 0-1 so far in 4 appearances and 11.59 ERA. Score now 12-1 here at Sportsmans Park. Still just 1 out here in the top of the third. Very long-lasting top of the third inning.
Yeah, it could be a game ender.
Freshman throwing a curveball to start it off a little high for strike 1. For correction, ball 1. Jake Estup is up for Centennial, the 5th in the order. He's been hit by a pitch twice, has 4 steals and 2 runs. Little slider action coming just high of the strike zone for ball 2.
Just a little trouble trying to find that strike zone for the Hobbs pitchers.
2-0 count. Parrish curveball outside for ball 3. Just in this third inning alone, Hobbs with 6 walks issued. Have hit a couple of batters, too. Curveball, flinch for the batter, Estup, and should have swung the bat there. They picked the strike on that one. Count goes to 3-1. Trying to get the second out here in the third inning.
He has the count, so he doesn't have to rush it.
Curveball inside, beneath the elbow, and kind of spinning away from it is Estup for another walk, which will score a run. And these are all counting as RBIs, too. And that will bring Aaron Gutierrez across the plate for his second run of the ball game. And they go to the 6th in the order, E.J. Martinez. He is 0 for 1, struck out back in the second, got a walk, and then run scored as well for Martinez. Curveball comes down the middle for the strike as Martinez watching it there off the pitch from Parrish.
Hobbs needed that one.
Runner still at all 3 bases for the Hawks. Quick reload. Curveball hits the bottom of the strike zone inside for strike 2. So now it's Parrish getting ahead of the count on Martinez. Runners all leading off at the bases here for the Hawks. Curveball off the handle, going to hit toward the right backstop, out of play in the foul territory. That'll keep alive Martinez. Hernandez due up next, a 2 RBI home run and a walk. And then you got Jason Ortega with a 2 RBI double and a run scored. Curveball, little flinch, and this is going to hit the outside corner, and that will be strike number 3 for Martinez. Kind of just mesmerized by that pitch. And that will sit him down. That's his second K of the ball game, by the way. First from Parrish on the mound. So Martinez will have to take the stroll to the dugout, and bring up the big hitter, Ruben Hernandez. He's 1 for 1, 2 RBI homer, a walk and a run scored for him.
It's always going to be hard to swallow, especially when you got 12 runs so far, and you're the only one that has 2 strikeouts in the game.
Runners at first, second, and third. Parrish, fastball, high for ball 1. Of course, big pressure on a freshman here with the bases loaded on him.
Yes, definitely a learning opportunity for him.
He is the third pitcher for the Eagles. Fastball inside, got to get through second base, out to right center. That'll be an RBI single. Actually, 2 runs are going to score on this one, make it a double as it rolls out to the fence that time. So 2 runs coming across.
3 now.
Time enough to get the third in there. So a 3 RBI double for Ruben Hernandez. As Milani, Huston, and Estep all get aboard for the scores. Runs are starting to rack up here at Sportsmans Park. Double-digit lead and well past the mercy roll, but still we're in the 3rd inning, so that won't kick into the 5th. But Hobbs got to do a lot of making up in terms of the offense and then get out of this 3rd inning, at least the top of it.
Absolutely.
Fastball high for ball 1. There are 2 outs on the board, though. Runner at second. 3 RBI double for Ruben Hernandez. This is Jason Ortega. He had a 2 RBI double earlier. Fastball goes lows and outside for ball 2. Good save there for Singleton to make sure that didn't go wild by sliding across those knees to the right of the plate.
Yeah, we still have 1 on second base.
2 balls and no strikes as Parrish looks back at second, turns and fires. Fastball, check swing, going to go out foul right over the top of the Hawks dugout on the right side. Takes a bounce towards the JV field. 16-1 your score. Hobbs down by 15 here in the top of the 3rd. We didn't put a clock on this 3rd inning, but it's been going on and on and on, just like the Energizer Rabbit.
At least an hour, if not more, definitely. But, yeah, a lot of runs, 14 runs so far in this 3rd. Not a good sign for the Hobbs Eagles.
Fastball off the end of the bat, pulled down by Parrish, underhands it to first, and connects over to Alvarado for the 3rd out of the ball game. So a ground to the pitcher as Parrish, the freshman, coming in relief, is able to get that 3rd out. But lots of stuff happening for this Las Cruces Centennial squad as they dump in tons of runs as they're up 16-1. I mean, there was just hits all over the place. So many to count here. A double from Ortega, a 3 RBI double from Ruben Hernandez, his 2nd hit of the ball game. And also a ton of walks on top of that. RBI single from Reed. The list goes on and on. 16-1 your score. Bottom of the 3rd. Finally, the Hobbs offense will step up to the plate. Stay with us live on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Bottom of the 3rd inning finally for the Hobbs Eagles, trailing 16-1. 14 runs scored against them by Centennial in the top of the 3rd. So the Eagle offense is going to have to get swinging that bat as hard as they can. Right now the hit count is 7-2 in favor of the Hawks, but a lot of walks were issued by the Eagles in that 3rd inning and scoring about, 4 RBIs off walks for that Hawks squad. Eagles will get it going here with Hector Armendariz. Takes a curveball inside, little blooper out to short, scooped up by Milani, and he makes the throw in time, but boy, having to sprawl the legs out that time to make the catch at first was Gutierrez, having to do the splits at first, kind of thrown behind him that time, and the umpire gets a fist call there for the out, number 1 for the Eagles. So the ground out to short, Milani doing a good job of fielding that one. Armendariz will go down for the 1st out. He's 3rd in the order now, Xavier Alvarado. He walked back in the 1st inning to get the first base runner for the Eagles. Hobbs getting their one run in the second. Fastball coming down the middle. Called high for ball one. Eagles hits from Mackay Brewer, a single, and a home run by Kenyon Singleton, and he scored himself on that one. Fastball outside, barely missing for ball two. Good eye for Alvarado, third in the order. Mackay Brewer, the cleanup man, is next. Of course, he was the starting pitcher and then got moved out to center in relief.
Yeah, believe it or not, they need to be patient at the bat. They still have time.
Gresham, the starter, the pitcher for Centennial, throwing the fastball right down the pike for the strike. And the count now to 2-1. He's given up 2 hits so far and has yet to strike out a Hobbs Eagle. That's the good news. Here's the windup in the throw. Curve it inside, whacked off the edge of the bat. That'll be a hit out to right center on the roll. A single for Alvarado. That'll be hit number 3 for the Eagles. So a runner on for Hobbs. That'll bring up Mackay Brewer, the cleanup guy. He got a single back in the first inning. Love to make some more RBIs work here for the Eagles to get back in this ball game, trailing 16-1, bottom of the third.
Oh, definitely.
Of course, Brewer, one of the lefties on the squad. I think he's one of the 3 lefties on the starting lineup for Hobbs. Takes the curve inside. Boy, a complete pirouette there for Brewer. Cannot make contact. Can pitch inside, left of the box there. Of course, he's got 14 RBIs this season to lead the Eagles, and 3 home runs, 3 of 4 the team has gotten. Curve inside. He's going to put some air underneath this one out to shallow center field, and coming up to make the catch on the hop is Estep for the first out. The ball gets thrown back to first and takes a hop towards the dugout outside the first baseline.
Second out.
And that'll be out number 2 as for a second, Coach Bowman was going to think about sending his runner to second, but the ball kind of slowed down as it got over the first bag off the errant throw as Alvarado stays at first smartly. So the fly out to center for Brewer, caught by Estep for out number 2.
And just like the weather, the Hobbs is just feeling cold right now, just not able to warm up to the to anything, to offense or defense.
Major Bird now 5th in the order for the Eagles, fly out to third for the last out of the first. Takes the fastball down the middle for the strike on the watch that time. Singleton with the RBI homer is up next. If we can keep no more outs on that scoreboard. 16-1 your score, bottom of the third. Fastball, a little late swing that time, goes low as well. Over the top is Bird for the strike. Count goes to 0-2. Again, the runner at first is Alvarado after a single. Resetting is Gresham, turns and fires. Low fast pitch there. Or down low towards the base. Almost took a bounce there. Good dig out there for the catcher Huston. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Bird. Good lead off there for Alvarado at first. Gresham going to go with the fastball low again and off the knee protection there of Huston, keeping it in front of the base. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Major Bird. Again, Major Bird, one of the 3 seniors on this team. Gresham reloads, turns and fires. Fastball low and outside, saved by Huston for ball 3. We go to a full count here at Sportsmans Park. Eagles with 2 down as they trail 16-1 here in the bottom of the third.
Definitely need to make some offensive runs if they want to continue playing this game after the 5th.
Full count coming to Major Bird. Curveball inside, gets a piece of it towards the left wall. Will this stay fair or go foul? And unfortunately, it is going to go foul to the left side of the field. Got a nice swing on that one, did Bird, with some contact, but you can see it kind of curving towards the foul pole left, deep in the corner and out of play. So Bird staying alive with the full count, runner at first, 2 down here in the bottom of the third. Eagles down by double digits, 15. Gresham turns and fires, fastball, and out to left field. This one will drop and take a roll towards the wall. That'll be a double for Bird. Should score a run here. They're going to keep the runner going. They will. Yes. And all the way home comes Alvarado. Stand-up double there for Major Bird. His first hit of the ball game and an RBI. Eagles score the run. And that'll make it 16-2 here on the bottom of the third.
It's a good start for, even though they're down by 2 on the outs. Still, any kind of scoring they can do right now will be very much appreciated.
4th hit for the Eagles after that one, a RBI double for Bird, and now it's Kenyon Singleton who hit an RBI homer, top of the 2nd. Takes the first pitch foul or make it ball outside for ball 1. 2 outs for the Eagles. Runner at 2nd is Bird, the 3rd baseman for Hobbs. Grisham's going to come with the fastball, check swing, and that'll go foul outside the first baseline. Good thing it did go that way because right on top of it was Gutierrez, the first baseman. That would have stayed in play. It would have been an easy scoop and a stomp for him for the 3rd and final out here in the 3rd.
Unless it would have popped over his head. But either way, it was could have either been a double or an out.
1 ball and 1 strike. Grisham takes a peek back at 2nd to see what Bird's doing. Curveball inside, swing and a miss for Singleton. Count goes to 1-2. Big time score for him back in the 2nd on that homer. Mainstay behind the plate for the Eagles defensively as the catcher. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Curve it inside. Bounces off the plate. Bird's going to take a run to 3rd and gets the steal. Didn't have to do much work on that one as Coach Boyle had him going quickly just to get in scoring position, and he's there at 3rd now where he usually likes to play defense as well.
Yep, definitely a stand-up steal. Good for him, and one step closer to another run for the Hobbs Eagles.
Yep, knocking to the door again. Aggressive base running there for Bird. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Singleton. Trying to stay alive on the offense. Fastball low and outside for ball 3. We go to a full count as Kenyon Singleton wants to keep the offense at the plate for the Eagles. Game 1 of a doubleheader here at Sportsmans Park. Game 2 coming up about 20 or so minutes afterwards. Sun's going down here. The lights on here at Sportsman. Grisham with the 3-2 pitch. Low, swing and a miss. That should be strike 3, and it is, unfortunately for Singleton. Hobbs Eagles do manage to get 2 hits. 1 run comes across, 1 left on base. That's Major Bird. And we'll go to the top of the 4th. Your Eagles still trailing 16-2 to Centennial. Come back with us in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back at Sportsman's Park here in Hobbs, Ty, Fred, Ron, Gunner, Max back at the station. Your Hobbs Eagles trailing Centennial 16-2. Battle of the Birds here. Game 1 of the doubleheader. Defense playing up for the Hobbs Eagles now. Their 3rd pitcher is in the game. He's been there for a couple of outs so far. That's Parrish, the freshman. Mackay Brewer started the game. Hector Armendariz came in relief, and then Luke Parrish now. And for the Centennial Hawks, who have a total of 7 hits at this point, they go to 9th in the order. Their 2nd time throughout the rotation, that's going to be Evans. Takes the first pitch on a check swing fastball for the strike. Evans has been on twice, though, with walks and also scored twice as well. So he's perfect, at least getting on the bases. Bottom of the order, as we mentioned. Reed coming up to start the order. He's 2 of 2 so far. Curveball off the middle of the bat. Blooper right back to Parrish. Underhands it to first and connects with Alvarado for out number 1 here in the top of the 4th.
1-3. We needed that to start off this inning to get out of it, not have a repeat of the 3rd because we're already down by 14. We don't need to have more runs to catch up with.
Reed will start the order now for the Hawks. He is 2 for 2. Had a double to start the game and stole a base and an RBI single back in the 3rd inning, and he scored twice as well. Kind of a stocky little guy out there. He's their 3rd baseman. Got about the same body size there as Major Bird. Curveball inside. He'll get a piece of that one out to right field. Is he going to go over the shoulder? A chance for a catch made. It does bounce and hit the wall. As not coming up with it, so Armendariz, and that will go down as a double. As Reed will get out there as his third hit of the ball game, and that'll be hit number 8 for the Centennial Hawks. So they're doubling up on the Eagles so far in the hit game. A lot more walks to speak for them, though.
Yeah, they are definitely hitting well when they do hit it, when they don't have to walk anyway.
Aaron Gutierrez now at the plate. He's been on 2 out of 3 times, a single, hit by a pitch, scored 2 runs. Did have a ground out to third to start the game back in the first. Still a 14-run lead for the Hawks, the traveling Bird squad. Runner at second. Parrish going to come with the curveball and gets inside on that one, and Gutierrez barely pulls the elbow over the top of the pitch. I think he was tasting a contact on the elbow that time, but got away from it.
Yeah, trust me, you don't want to get hit in the elbow by a ball.
Yeah, that pretty much puts you out of the game. Curveball inside, a blooper out to second, getting the glove down to the ground. It looked like he made the catch out there, but I think he barely bounced, but Gonzalez scoops it anyway and still decides to throw to first. Smart decision on his part to get the out, but I thought he had the webbing down on the field turf that time between first and second. But decided to go ahead, and in case the ref didn't notice, it might have hit the ground and go ahead and throw it to first and hook up with his teammate Alvarado.
Never assume anything at all, especially with a catch like that. And if you can just throw it over to first, then, go ahead and do it.
That'll be out number 2. Third of the order now, Stephen Milani. He is 1 for 2, had that 3 RBI home run. Scored a couple of runs, also an RBI off a walk, too. And flew to catcher back in the first. Curveball outside for Parrish. For the ball. One of the lefties here is Milani. It's a guy that Coach Boyle was talking about in the pregame that they had to keep an eye on him. If you had to name one player, that was the shortstop, Milani. Called him a flashy player for the Hawks.
And, yeah, he doesn't say that lightly.
Fastball down the middle for the strike. Holding on it was Milani. Evens the count at 1-1. 2 down for the Eagle defense. Definitely want to cut back on the time that we saw in the third inning. Kept the Hawks up for at least, 40 or so minutes it seemed like, maybe even more. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Curve inside. Goes the other way this time towards the body of Milani and backs him up for the second ball, though, way inside. 2-1 count. Husted up next, the cleanup man. Been on base 1 out of 3 times just with a walk, though. It hasn't really made any contact yet, but he's in that 4th spot for a reason. Here comes a 2-1 pitch from Parrish. Curving inside, high, swing and a miss for Milani. Probably like to have that one back.
Definitely. I mean, everybody felt that breeze, and we didn't need it because the wind is still dying a little bit, but that was a huge breeze of a miss.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Stephen Milani. Parrish looks back at second to check runner. Fastball outside, barely missing for ball 3. We go to a full count now.
Hoping that we can get out of this inning quickly so we can do some damage on the offense.
Yeah, they definitely got to get down underneath 10 runs. They're Eagles trailing by 14 right now, so got to get 5. Curveball high, that's going to be a walk too high for Milani. His second walk of the ball game. So we'll get a freebie to first. And he's been on all last 3 of his 4 at-bats so far. They'll go to the cleanup man now, Aiden Huston. He is 0 for 2, ground to first, flew to left, and got a walk with an RBI. And also the bases were loaded at that point, and also scored a run eventually.
Yeah, this is his 4th time up at bat.
Yeah, they're going through their order 3 times now, get almost halfway down the list for that 3rd time. That was all pretty much through that 3rd inning that got a lot of guys across the plate. Parrish has got 2 runners to deal with here. Goes with a fastball down the pike for the strike. Houston decides not to deal with that one. Just watched it through. Force out at third. If the Eagles can make the stomp there, Major Bird, of course, the third baseman for Hobbs. Parrish continues to look back at second. Turns, fires the curveball. Oh, that was close to the strike zone. It must be a little low for ball 1. Count goes to 1-1.
Yeah, from this angle, it looked like it was a strike, but what I think doesn't matter.
Parrish will come back quickly. Fastball outside for ball 2. Hobbs back on the road Tuesday. They'll be in Artesia. We'll have that game 4:15 pregame, First pitch at 4:30 at HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Eagles at the Bulldogs Tuesday. 2-1 pitch, fastball, and it'll be fouled away. Chop swing towards the right backstop out of play. Actually goes over it, heads towards the JV field. So staying alive at the plate is Huston, fourth in the order. Estep up next for the Hawks. He's been given freebies all over the place, hit by a pitch twice, and also walked. Fastball outside and low for ball 3. We got another full count now. Huston staying alive at the plate.
Yeah, 5-4 is what the Hobbs has got the 5-4 lead in the last 9 games, but so far it looks like it may be 5-5 at the end of this game.
Steal is on for both runners, and getting off the middle of the bat, just barely slicing at it was Huston. As it sails to the backstop for the foul.
Keeping the bat alive.
You think the Hawks would like to tap on some insurance runs here, although 14-run lead is pretty substantial, but hopefully those Hobbs Eagle bats can get some magic in the bottom of the 4th when that time comes. Full count still to Huston. Curveball whacked out hard. He'll take a roll out to second. Should be an easy throw for Gonzalez and is able to make the play as he chucks it over to first and connects with Alvarado for out number 3 on the 4-3. And so that'll wrap up the offense there for Centennial. They got 1 hit. They got 2 on base, and they leave 1 there as well. No runs come across on that part of the 4th inning. 16-2, though. Centennial leading the Eagles. Back with the offense in 60 seconds. $16-2 your score here at Sportsman's Park. Centennial Hawks leading your Hobbs Eagles by 14. Bottom of the 4th coming for the Eagles offense. Hobbs so far with 4 hits in the contest. An RBI double for Major Bird. RBI homer for Kenyon Singleton by himself at the plate there. And a single apiece for Xavier Alvarado and Makai Brewer. 8 hits for Centennial. They've got 2 guys with multiple hits so far for the Hawks. Same starter there on the mound for Centennial, Gresham, as he will face Saul Armendariz. He is 7th in the order for the Eagles. He was hit by a pitch back in the 2nd to get on base. Takes the fastball, gets a piece of it, but it's going to foul it left, out of play. Eagles hitting mostly in the middle of the order, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. The last 3, 7th through 9th, trying to get on base with the hits so far, although 2 of them got on by hit by a pitch and a walk. That's Armendariz and Udahara. Here's the 0-1 from Gresham. Fastball down the middle, a little low for ball 1. Count will even up to 1-1. No down for the Eagles here in the bottom of the 4th. We are slated for 7 here at Sportsman's Park. Gresham getting some signals from his catcher, Huston. Shakes it yes on that last one. Wind up in the throw. Fastball clips the outside corner for strike 2.
It's the time to where Hobbs needs to hit responsibly, get those hits when they can.
Gresham takes his time now, turns and fires a high fastball up out of the strike zone for ball 2. And you had a softball score from earlier, didn't you, Ron? The Hobbs Lady Eagles on the road at Rio Rancho, right?
Oh, yes. It was 6-1. I believe Hobbs was in the victor. Let me look. I'll check that to make sure I'm right about that.
2-2 count now as Gresham continues to face Saul Armendariz. Curve onside, late swing, and unfortunately a little way too late that time, and that will sit him down on the strikeout. That will be the second K of the game issued by Grisham. And now it's time for Josiah Martinez to step up his second time at bat. He grounded it back on a blooper to Gresham, the pitcher, there in the second. He is one of the lefties for the Eagles. 8th in the order for Hobbs. Alan Udahara is warming up. He'll be up next. But there's one out here in the bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, count on me to get it backwards. It was 6-1. Rio Rancho won that one.
So Rio Rancho being the Hobbs Lady Eagles in softball. Hobbs playing in a tournament up there in the central part of the state. 1 ball, no strikes to Josiah Martinez, the left fielder for the Eagles. Grisham's going to come with the curveball inside off the edge of the bat. Comes right back to us 3D style to the middle of the net. Count goes to 1-1. Listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball and watching the video on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. 1 ball and 1 strike to the lefty Martinez. Curve it inside, golf swing off the end of the bat, going to go foul to the left, bounces on that side fence and goes over the top into the Eagle bullpen on that third base line.
For a long strike.
Good contact with the ball, just trying to straighten the bat out just a bit for Martinez. Trying to get the first runner here in the 4th inning for Hobbs. Nobody on the bases yet. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Grisham facing Martinez. Turns and fires, curve it inside, flinch it for Martinez, and he's going to take the strike call on that one.
It just sank right in there. It looked like it was going to be high for a moment, but it did drop and hit the strike zone.
Yep, had a little gravity action on the bottom of that baseball. Count evens up at 2-2. Gresham gets settled in on the rubber, turns, throws the low fastball. That'll be ball number 3.
Yeah.
I was going to say 4 because Martinez started sprinting and caught me off guard there.
Exactly.
But umpire pulls him back with the yoke and says, you got one more pitch to worry about here, Mr.
At least.
Martinez.
Yes. Full count.
Good sales job there, but the umpire not going to buy it.
I almost bought it for a second.
He even had the bat thrown up in the air, too.
Exactly.
Full count pitch coming from Gresham, goes outside. This time he can throw the bat in glee as he will get the walk. And as he threw the bat, it almost actually stood up on the handle there for a second. It was like it was going to stay up straight in the air on the field turf. Nice little trick going on there for Martinez, picking up the walk. And for the Eagles, that will be the 3rd walk given to them in this ball game, all at the hands of Gresham. Bottom of the order now, Udahara. He walked back in the 2nd inning. The shortstop for the Eagles takes the first fastball low for ball 1. Eagles with 1 on, first base, 1 down. 16-2 your score in favor of Centennial. 1-0 count. Gresham going the distance so far. Goes to the fastball, clips the outside corner for the strike. Of course, this Centennial team was able to pick off the Carlsbad Cavemen, defending state champs, in their first game of the season back in March 1st, 6-4, but then got beat by the Cavemen 13-6. Fastball down the middle. Ooh, that looked close, just barely low. Hawks fans kind of growling on that one, get the ball on that. Count goes to 2-1 for Udahara. He is the freshman. He's been filling in at shortstop the last couple of weeks. After an injury for one of the Hobbs Eagle starters, another freshman. Curveball inside, gets a whack on it, gets past the third baseman out to left field, and that will be a single hard shot there for Udahara. That's his first hit of the ball game, and that's number 5 for the Eagles in terms of hits. They're starting to crawl back into this one, at least in the hit board. 8-5 count so far in favor of Centennial, although they got the big lead at this point by 14. That's exactly what you need, Ron, to kind of jumpstart the offense and whittle away at that mercy rule score right now.
Yeah, keep the outs low and keep the hits a little higher. Just chip away like you just said.
Top of the order now is Gonzalez. He's ground out a couple of times to pitcher and short, looking for his first hit. Check swing on the first low fastball, and he comes across the plate to get the strike on that one, as he did commit on it. 0-1 count with 1 down. Runners at first and second for the Eagles. Gresham turns, fires, fastball. Little high for ball 2. Correction 1. Evens up the count at 1-1.
Couldn't quite get down there for the strike zone, so yes, 1-1 is the count.
Gresham knows 2 runners behind him, turns and looks at them a second. Curveball goes low for another ball, 2-1 count.
2 on to the back for Hobbs. Not anywhere near close to being stopping the Mercy Rule, but it will help if they can score those runs.
Gonzalez and Armendariz starting the order. All 4 of them, or both of them, have 4 total ground balls, so definitely want to get some more velocity on these shots out of the infield. They take a fastball outside and low for another ball, so getting well ahead of the count now is Gerardo Gonzalez, 3-1 with 1 down. Definitely wants to keep any type of contact away from third base, which is the force out with runners at first and second.
I've got Gresham about 75 pitches right now.
Fastball high, and that will be a walk. Loading the bases for the Hobbs Eagles. Great eye there for Gerardo Gonzalez. And that will be the 4th walk Hobbs has picked up in this ball game. And a time is called. Looks like the Hawks, Coach Evans, is going to go out and talk to his team, including his pitcher Gresham. Maybe getting a little bit tired out there. Bases are loaded for the Eagles, knocking at the door when it gets some runs across. We'll take a break and see if there's going to be a pitching change here at Sportsman's Park. It is 16-2 Centennial over the Eagles, back in 60. No pitching change for the Centennial Hawks. This is a timeout to talk to Grisham, and he will stay on as the starter. 16-2 with the lead over the Eagles are the Hawks.
But the bases are loaded for the Eagles with 1 out. And up to the bat right now is a great player.
It looks like they made a sub at the plate here. So they got somebody new on the field, and that is going to be Canyon Johnson. He is a junior. DH, also plays first base defensively. One of the tallest kids on the team at 6'3" and 245. He's got a wallop. Takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. Bases loaded, fastball. Barely on top of the strike zone there, and they get the call on the strike, though, and it'll be the count of 1-1 now. Canyon Johnson, number 25 on the roster. Fastball. Bottom of the strike zone, barely missing this time, close to where it was just before. 2-1 count now to Johnson, getting his first chance at the plate in this game.
He's hoping to see if he can get as many runs as he can in.
Try to advance those runners. Fastball at the end of the bat, goes through the shortstop into left center. That'll be an RBI single. They might send 2 runs home. The throw is going to be towards the pitcher's mound, and Grisham will come down with it, so doesn't get it to home. But a 2-run single. Couple guys coming across for the Eagles. That's a great job for Johnson coming out of the dugout for his first hit of the ball game.
It was. He hit it just right in the gap. Was able to get in the outfield and get 2 runs scored. Also keep him on base, although he is going to be a pitch runner coming up for him.
That's going to get Martinez and Udahara in for the Eagles to make it 16-4 now, a 12-run game. Here in the bottom of the 4th.
Looks like that was Hector Armendariz, if I'm not mistaken, that went out to first.
Xavier Alvarado, the first baseman, now up for the Eagles. He's 1-for-1 with a single, and a pitch outside gets off the glove of Houston, the catcher, and that'll be a wild pitch, and it'll get runners advanced, second and third now for the Eagles. Alvarado 1-for-1, a single, and also walk, so on-base percentage of 100% in this game, and on twice. And one of the lefties, as we mentioned. Hobbs Eagles with that hit now have 6 in the ball game. Again, runners at second and third now for the Gold. Grisham remains a starter on the mound. Curveball inside. Golf swing out to left center again. It's going to take a roll, and that'll be an RBI single for Alvarado. So Hobbs starting to put on the hits, and I think Grisham getting a little bit tired out there on the mound. I guess there is a little activity, I think, out there at the bullpen. I see a player out there. I don't see any throws yet, though. I guess maybe that's just somebody hanging out. So we'll see if they're going to get any action out there. But the Eagles still have a big road to hoe here as they are down by double digits, 16-5. They got to get it underneath 10 to keep the mercy rule out of effect, which comes into play at the end of the 5th. Right now, they're in the bottom of the 4th. Of course, that'll be another at-bat for Centennial. Curveball inside, and it'll be knocked down off the bat, but it hits the ankle of Mackay Brewer. That kid does not need any type of injury after last year with that hip issue at the end of the regular season. Knocked him out of the playoffs, and fortunately that time it was self-inflicted as it came off the bat right down to his foot. He is one of the lefties for the Eagles, of course. Definitely can crank that ball out towards the outfield at will. 0-1 count now to Mackay Brewer. Runners at first and third. Fastball up top for the ball. Good eye there for Brewer. Takes a few chops on his shoe there before he comes back into the box. Brewer's the cleanup man. We got Major Bird coming up next with an RBI double earlier. Curveball inside off the end of the bat. That's going to be a zinger out to left field. Again at that left center field spot. That's a sweet spot for the Eagles. They continue to knock it out there. So a single for Brewer. He's now 2 for 3 at the plate. Hobbs with 3 singles in a row here in the 4th inning and starting to get their way back into this contest. 16-6.
And that's what we were talking about too. Is just be patient, get some hits, and score some runs. And before you know it, not only will you be out of mercy rule, but you might actually make this a game.
Bird will take the first fastball outside, and having to jump off to the right to stop it from being wild was Huston, the catcher. He's very acknowledging the fact that 2 runners on for the Eagles with just 1 down. Hobbs starting to get some production in this inning. 4 runs have scored so far. They had 1 in the 2nd and 1 in the 3rd. There comes the 2-1 pitch, fastball. Outside again for another ball call for 3-1. Kenyon Singleton due in next. He's 6th in the order. RBI with a home run. That was back in the 2nd inning.
A walk will load the bases.
Grisham looks back at second, turns and fires a fastball, clips the outside corner for the strike to get it to a full count at 3-2. Force out at third, nobody on that base right now for the Eagles. Grisham quickly gets himself reset, turns and fires a fastball, hit high in the air towards center field. Going to be some time for a catch to be made by the center fielder, Estep. Makes the catch, keeps the runners at bay, and that'll be out number 2 on the flyout. So that's going to keep runners at first and second. As he mentioned, Kenyon Singleton with the home run back in the 2nd. Kenyon scoring himself on that homer. There was nobody on the bases back when he converted on that one.
Unfortunately, now that's 2 down for the Eagles. Need to stave off 1 more out before this inning is over.
Singleton with 3 RBIs after hitting that one with the homer earlier for the season. Runners at first and second. Curveball inside and low for ball 1. Again, 16-6 your score. Hobbs down by 10, which would be the mercy roll, but there's still an inning to go before that will hit into play.
Luckily.
Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Gresham. Fastball outside and low for ball 2. And again, the catcher Husson let that ball drop out of his glove again. He knows there's runners on and eager to move around, so wanted to see if they're going to come off too much of their bags, but they decide to stay. So the strategy backfired there. 2-0 count now. To Singleton. Fastball clips the outside corner for the strike. Count goes to 2-1. Game 1 of the doubleheader. We got another one following after this one, about 20 minutes after. 2-1 pitch, fastball. Comes out the end of the bat and going to roll towards the left backstop on foul territory. Kind of a late swing that time for Singleton. Thought about it and then made the contact, but not enough ump behind it in the follow-through. Evens the count at 2-2. Hobbs trying to stay alive in this one with 2 down in the bottom of the 4th. Curve inside and tried to straighten it out this time, but hits the third base umpire's bare hands as he stepped outside the third base line. He wanted to take that one away from Coach Boyle out there in the coach's box.
Yeah, he tried to catch it, just couldn't quite get it, but again, a foul ball. Still alive at the bat, though, and 2 on. Need to get a couple more runs to get out of that 10-run deficit.
I think the umpire wanted to warm up his hand just a bit. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball high, and that's ball 3. Good eye there for Kenyon Singleton, one of 3 seniors on this squad. Coach Boyle giving some signals to his base runners. Don't want them to get caught in any rundowns here with 2 down. Full count pitch from Gresham. Fastball. And getting across the plate, making contact is Singleton. Going to head that to the JV field on the right. Foul territory.
Showing Grisham at 90 pitches so far. He's still, I believe he's probably going to be taken out of this inning, but first they need to get through this inning.
Yeah, because once you get into those numbers, that's going to keep you out of several games after this one for the next week or so. 3-2 count, curve inside, another foul out to the right side and into the JV area. Nice sprint to third base by Alvarado, but he's got to take the jog back as he was eager to try to get himself in scoring position there. Coach Boyle has to point back to second. You don't want your runners watching where the ball is going after a hit like that one. You just got to keep sprinting it out. Fastball high for ball 4. It was close.
It was.
Centennial fans not liking that one, but that will be a walk issue to Singleton. That will load the bases for the Eagles. So start to get something generated offensively here in the 4th inning. Hobbs with 4 runs, and they've been on the base quite a few times. A bunch of singles so far from Armendariz, Alvarado, Brewer, Udahara. He got it started early in this 4th inning. Throwing a couple of walks from Gonzalez and Singleton. Curveball inside, check swing, and comes off the handle to the right backstop for Saul Armendariz. He was hit by a pitch in the 2nd inning and struck out in his 2nd at-bat. He is due for one here. Oh, correction. Luke Parrish has checked in here. Thanks on that one. Parrish, of course, one of the pitchers in relief in this game. His first at-bat, by the way. The freshman takes a fastball outside for ball 1. Count to 1-1. Of course, Parrish third in the order for the pitchers in this game as 2 before him were taken out. Mackay Brewer and Hector Armendariz. 1-1. Puts runners at all 3 bases that he's trying to get away from. Goes fastball and almost clips the chin of Parrish. Good eye there. And good chin work to get the heck out of the way that time. To ball 2 and 1 strike for Parrish. Does not want a blooper to first at this point. That would shut down this inning. Fastball outside, but barely clips the corner. Hobbs fans not too happy on that one. Evens up the count at 2-2.
Yeah, at first sight that looked like it was a ball, but apparently he just clipped the corner like you said and was a strike.
Big pitch coming here with a 2-2 count. Gresham turns and fires a fastball well outside. Good backhand catch. Going down to his knees was Huston, the catcher. Did not want that going foul wild because that would have scored a run for the Eagles.
Exactly, and that's the goal, is to get as many in as he can.
All bases are loaded for Hobbs. Down by 10, 16-6. Fastball, whoa, a late swing, kind of a helicopter action there. Boy, what a reaction. As the ball was already in the mid, and you just saw this kind of a spin bat going on there. It's almost a, what have I just missed out on there? And unfortunately, that's strike 3 as Luke Parrish will go down watching. But the Hobbs Eagles do manage to get several hits coming for the Eagles offense, and that's what you want to see, trying to get back in a ball game. 4 hits. They leave 2 on base, get 4 runs to come across, and now trail 16-6 to this squad out of Las Cruces Centennial. It is a mercy roll score right now as the Centennial will try to add on to it, but the Eagles have one more at bat as well. You're listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Top of the fifth inning. Could be the last inning for the Eagles that they let too many more runs come across. They'll still get an at-bat here. Mercy rule in effect with a 10-run lead for the visiting Centennial Hawks. The Battle of the Birds, Hawks and Eagles going on here at Sportsman's Park. And we got some score updates for March Madness basketball here in just a minute. Some big upsets. San Diego State victorious as they knock off number 1 Alabama. So big win for the Aztecs in that one earlier tonight to mess up those brackets one more time. Fastball outside for ball 2 for the Centennial Hawks. Final score was 71-64 in favor of the Aztecs in that Sweet 16 game earlier tonight. Third pitch coming, fastball outside and low for ball 3. A 3-0 count. Of course, Luke Parrish on the mound for the Eagles. And Jake Estep, the center fielder for Centennial. He's been hit by a pitch twice and walked as well, so he's 3 for 3 at least getting on bases, not for the hits. Takes a strike, clips the outside corner on the fastball from Parrish for strike 1, 3-1 count.
Got a softball update from Eunice against Dexter.
Curveball inside, that'll be a walk issued to Estep, so he's been on all 4 times tonight, all given his gifts. Hit by a pitch twice and 2 walks. What do you got on
Indeed.
Eunice?
It is 16-1. Eunice lost that one big time against Dexter. Most likely a mercy rule.
Number 1 seed going down tonight in March Madness. Miami, the number 5 seed, upsets Houston 89-75. So more number 1 teams going down tonight. The Bracket Buster March Madness tournament. Fastball low for ball 1. And that is E.J. Martinez. He is 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts, a walk, and a run scored.
It is always good to have something unpredictable happen.
Curveball inside, golf swing out to right center, shallow hit, and coming up to make the catch with one hand, Saul Armendariz, coming from that right corner all the way towards right center and makes it on the run. So a fly out there for E.J. Martinez will be out number 1 for the Hawks. But they do lead by 10, 16-6, but I don't think they're going to be happy with just a 10-run lead because the Hobbs just need to score 1 at the bottom of the 5th to keep the game going extra innings.
Exactly. If they want to end this early, they want to have some insurance runs like you were talking about earlier.
Runner at first. Off the walk is Estep. Hernandez at the plate. Curveball inside. He gets a yank on it towards the big wall. At right center, it's going to hit the bottom of the floor first and then the wall on the one bouncer, and that will be a double, and there'll be a runner going to third as well. And hardly having to jog into that second base was Hernandez. He's had 3 hits in this game, 2 doubles, a home run, 5 RBIs, and has scored twice, including a walk, too. I mean, this kid's doing everything right now. And Hernandez now at second. Runners at second and third total, and now it's Jason Ortega stepping up. He is 1 for 3. He had a 2 RBI double, a couple of groundouts as well, and a run scored.
And so far they've got it 2 runs in scoring position for the Hawks.
Just 1 out for Centennial. Again, the freshman Jason Parrish, Luke Parrish at the mound. Curveball inside, another golf swing out towards that center field area, and that's not going to make it to the wall. One-hand catch pull down for Mekhi Brewer. He'll send it back into infield, but a run will score on a sac fly. So 1 run comes home for Centennial. That was Ortega on that one. So an RBI as well, as that will bring in Estep. Estep has scored, it looks like 3 times now. Actually 4. I think he's had 4 runs on this game. So that'll be extending the lead to 11, 17-6 your score. That'll be above the mercy rule.
Yes.
Pinning a Hobbs Eagle at bat, though. Bottom of the order, Evans now. Takes a fastball down the middle for the strike from Parrish. He is 0 for 1, ground out to the infield, and also had a couple of walks, but scored on both of those eventually. So Evans been on base 2 out of 3 times. He's got a runner at third. Curveball outside for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1-1. Okay, this is slated for 7, but if it's 10+ in terms of the lead at the end of this inning, it will be game over, unfortunately for the Hobbs Eagles. Here's the 0-1 coming from Parrish. Curveball inside. This is going to be aired out, but it'll be foul territory towards the JV field on the right. Takes a few bounces. Almost took a fan's head off there. But staying alive at the plate is Evans. They go to the top of the order after him. Reed, Gutierrez, and Milani. And they've got a combined 4 hits between those 3. Here comes the 0-2 from Parrish. Curveball, and going across the plate. Ball gets dropped on the third strike, and a tag out has taken a seat. Will be Evans. Good job to corral up that ball and make the tag by Kenyon Singleton for out number 3. And that'll give the Eagles a little bit more breathing room and not making it too much of a gap. It was a 10-plus before that, now just 11. But they can still get 2 runs and keep this game moving along into the possible 6th and 7th inning. But we head to the bottom of the 5th as 1 run did come across for Centennial, coming off a double. And they will leave 1 on base. We go to the bottom of the 5th. It's 17-6. Eagles need 2 runs to keep this game going. You're listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball, back in 60 seconds. (17-6) as we head to the bottom of the 5th. The Eagles' last hurrah here. If they want to go the distance in this game, got to get at least 2 runs to score. They're down by 11. Mercy rule is 10, so it has to be below 10 to keep it going alive here. Hit count pretty close, though. Centennial with 9 and your Hobbs Eagles with 8, but too many walks coming in that 3rd inning, Ron. Really the difference in this game. Quite a few of those, about 4 or 5, were for scores off loaded bases, so that was probably a problem. Eagles with 3 pitchers in this game so far, and Centennial's been sticking with their starter, Gresham, so that's a difference also. But regardless, it's all not about what happened earlier. It's what's going to happen now as the Eagles need to get at least those 2 runs, and they'll get things going here as they go to 8th in the order. Josiah Martinez, he's been on the base once with a walk and did score a run eventually on that, did ground out to pitcher back in the 2nd inning before that. So looking for his first hit of the game. He is a lefty. 8th in the order for the Eagles.
I believe Ruben Hernandez is going to be up as pitching right now.
Oh, yeah, they did get a new guy in there. They didn't make any notice to us up here in the press box. You are correct on that. Try to get his numbers here momentarily. First pitch was low for ball 1. Wind up with the throw, curveball, showing a bunt that time, but not getting a piece of it was Martinez. Actually going to say he did go on it, so they're going to go with the strike on that one, a 1-1 count.
Need a little more smarter about the batting. Just try to get it in play.
Yeah, you got to get runners on, down by double digits. Curveball inside, he holds on that one. Boy, that was a close being 2 inside, but they're going to call that one a strike as well. Ruben Hernandez, 2-1 on the season win-loss record. He's had 5 games so far. Here comes the 1-2. Curve inside again. That's going to be strike 3 as backing away from the plate, kind of in disgust knowing that call was coming. That's going to be strike number 3. Gave you the wrong numbers on Hernandez. Let's go with this instead. He's 0-0 on the season. He is a senior. This is his 3rd game and has an ERA of 42. So not a lot of action so far as they starting to move their other pitchers in there, giving a break to Gresham, who went complete 4 innings. Fastball right down the middle on his next pitch, and that is going to Alan Udahara. He's so far both times on base, a walk back in the 2nd, and also had a single and a run back in the 3rd. 0-1 count now to Udahara. Fastball coming inside. He gets a yank on it towards the shortstop. McConaughey throws it across the field, a low one, and dig it down to get it out is Gutierrez to make the tag at first for out number 1. So Milani Kind of threw that one almost in the dirt, although it is field turf out there at first. But that'll be another out against the Eagles. So they're down to their final out of this first game of the doubleheader, Ron.
Yeah, it looked like Utatara actually had run that one out, but unfortunately was not fast enough to get to the base in time and was called out.
Top of the order for the Eagles. This is their fourth time at the plate in rotation here as Gonzalez will step up. Gerardo Gonzalez takes a curveball high on the first pitch. And he'll take that for a ball. Gonzalez has been on base once with a walk and scored a run and grounded out 2 other times to pitcher and shortstop. Not a lot of delay now for Hernandez. He's ready to throw another one on the 1-0. Turns and fires. Fastball low and outside for ball 2. 2-0 count. Good eye for Gonzalez. Armendariz, Alvarado, and Brewer, 2, 3, and 4 in the order, hopefully to get a chance at the plate, although there's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. The Eagles got to get those 2 runs to keep this game moving.
Exactly.
Hernandez goes to the fastball, low in that strike zone, getting real close that time. As that will be Gonzalez getting a break on that one as the count goes to 3-0, but he's got a few pitches to burn here.
Looks like he's trying to see if Gonzalez will chase. So far he has not.
Here comes the 3-0 from the relief pitcher. Fastball does clip the outside corner. Gonzalez started to spin like he's going to take a run, and the Hobbs fans thought he should have been getting that freebie. Instead gets the strike.
Yeah, I thought that was a bit of a liberal, at least from my point of view, a liberal strike.
Hernandez says yes to the first pitch call here from Huston. Turns and fires a fastball off the base or make it the home plate, and it rolls to the backstop. It's going to roll back there, and then the runner taken off as that was a live ball, and that will be Gonzalez getting to first on the called third strike there.
Yeah, didn't want to make any wrong decisions. Went ahead, ran as fast as he could just in case it was still a live ball.
He kind of waited, though, hesitated to do that, and I guess he maybe got a screen from the dugout to move it ahead anyway. Don't want to end the game on a play like that.
Right.
So the ball did get past the catcher. They're going to say he touched it, went to the backstop, and it was a live ball. 2 down, though, for the Eagles. A runner at first is Gonzalez. Here comes Hernandez with the fastball. Clips the bottom of the strike zone for strike 1. In the box, Hector Armendariz. He is 1 for 3, ground out to first and short, but did get a 2 RBI single. Here comes the 0-1 now. Curveball outside for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1-1.
Definitely seeing what will happen at first base. That was a wide throw for a tag out, although nobody in the area on second base for the Hawks.
Actually, Armendariz does not have a hit. Johnson came in for him earlier in this game at one point. Throw to first, not there in time. Getting back is Gonzalez. So Hobbs will get that runner staying on. Again, 17-6 your score, bottom of the 5th. Relief pitcher on the mound, Hernandez for Centennial. Fastball, kind of dives into the ground there. Good save for Huston, the catcher, keeping that from not going wild. Count to 2-1.
I'm still looking for a couple runs to keep this game going. Otherwise, if they do not, it will end in 5.
And it doesn't look bad in the hit numbers, though. 9-8 is one better for Las Cruces Centennial, but fortunately some other problems that happen. Another low pitch going to 3-1 now. Yeah, if you go back and check out the stats in this game, it's all about the walks in that third inning. And there's a lot of them scoring runs on the complete full bases there.
Exactly.
3-1 count now. Down to the wire here in the bottom of the 5th, an 11-run deficit for the Eagles. Can they come back in this one? Fastball. It's going to take a couple of bounces towards third on the scoop, and on the run, the throw. Out to second instead. They get a tag at second, and that will be the out. Looked like he was going to throw to first, and that was Reed, but decided at the last second to kind of do a sidearm to second and makes the tag out as getting Gonzalez. It kind of shoved the second baseman off a little bit to come back and get the ball, Martinez, and then tries to make the tag and gets it. So he kind of had a long delay there to decide which guy he wanted to pick off and goes to second instead of first, and that's the game right there. Good decision by the third baseman, Reed.
Yeah, unfortunately, our runner, Armendariz, he had run just past the base. He was trying to get back but didn't get back in time, was tagged out at second, and that is the ball game for the first of 2.
17-6 the final. Centennial gets the win. They go to 8-2 on the season. The Eagles drop to 3-9. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, get you the wrap-up numbers before we get to game 2. We'll have a break after the post game. Stay with us. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to the Hobbs Eagle postgame show. Game 1 of the doubleheader with Centennial, and the Hawks come to town and get the win over the Eagles 17-6. Looking at the numbers in this game, first for the victorious Hawks, who go to 8-2 on the season. Perfect at the bat for Kieran Reed. He went 3 for 3 in the game. He had 2 doubles, also a single, ended up with an RBI and 2 runs in the contest, plus a walk. So this kid definitely on and to start off for this Centennial Hawks team. He was a leadoff man for them. Also getting 3 for 3 hitting in this game, Ruben Hernandez started off in the second inning with a 2 RBI homer. He also added a 3 RBI double, had another double in the game as well, and a couple of runs scored. So a total of 5 RBIs. He was 3 for 3 and a walk. That was Ruben Hernandez. Rest of the team only getting 1 hit apiece. That was Aaron Gutierrez. He was 1 of 3 with a single, couple of runs scored. He was hit by a pitch as well. Stephen Milani, the shortstop, went 1 of 2. A 3 RBI homer, though, so he definitely had a big one on that. Scored a run for himself. Also had another RBI and a couple of walks in the ball game. Aiden Huston, the catcher, went 0 for 3. He had a walk and a run scored. Jake Estep went 0 for 0, but he did get on base all 4 times. Couple hit by pitches. He was walked twice. He finished up with 4 steals in the game and also scored a total of 3 runs, or making 4 runs. So he definitely had a big game, even though he didn't make contact with the ball once at the plate. E.J. Martinez was 0 for 3 with a walk. Also, the backup pitcher, Ruben Hernandez, had a big, we already mentioned him, sorry. Jason Ortega went 1 for 3. He had a 2 RBI double. Also had another RBI, a sac RBI in the game, and a run scored. He had 1 for 3 hitting. And finally, last but not least, Andrew Evans went 0 for 2, but he did get on base twice with 2 walks and 2 runs scored. Total of 9 hits, one better than the Eagles in this game, but a lot of walks produced in that 3rd inning to get them over the hump and the win. Gresham, the winning pitcher, he did get some relief from Ruben Hernandez in the 5th inning. So a big game for Centennial as this one moved on, and that 3rd inning definitely was a difference, Ron, a double-digit run score for the Hawks.
Oh, yeah, it definitely made the difference to win this game. It lasted forever. It seemed like an hour at least, and Hobbs just could not, no matter what they tried to do, they had 3 different pitchers. They could not get out of the inning in time to stop the bleeding, and they definitely lost it on the 3rd inning. But they did try. They came back a couple of hits, just weren't able to get it enough to get it within the 10. And so it ended in the 5th inning, of course. And so now we're just going to get ready for the second one and see if we can do a whole lot better as far as getting more runs and stop them from getting those runs as well.
12 runs did come across for Centennial in that third inning. Hobbs' numbers in the game, they finished up with 8 hits, so nothing to sneeze about there because they were just one less than Centennial. They got a couple of guys with multiple hits. That included Xavier Alvarado, went 2 for 2, a couple of singles, one of those an RBI single, also got a walk, so he was on base all 3 times in this ball game. Also going 2 for 3, Makai Brewer, he had a couple of singles. And the rest of the guys that did get a hit, 1 apiece. Hector Armendariz, actually, no, it wasn't Hector Armendariz. It was Johnston that went 1 for 4 in this game. He had a 2 RBI single. It was also Major Bird, the third baseman, went 1 for 3, an RBI double. He also had a stolen base for the Eagles. Kenyon Singleton had an RBI homer. He was by himself when he hit it over the fence. He was 1 of 2 and also had a walk. And last but not least, Alan Udahara went 1 for 2 with a single, also a run, and a walk scored. So there you have it, 8 runs and a total of 6 different hitters for the Eagles, 2 multiples with Alvarado and Brewer. So the Eagles did have their best inning coming in the 4th, where they ended up with 4 runs, 0 for Centennial in that inning. But the final score, 17-6, your Eagles. Unfortunately, losing game 1, they dropped to 3-9, an improvement for Centennial to 8-2. We're going to take about a 15-minute or so break. Just stay with us here as the Hobbs Eagles and Centennial go to game 2 in the Battle of the Birds here at Sportsmans Park. Stay with us at HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and don't forget also the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. We're back live here at Sportsman's Park. Game number 2 of the doubleheader. Your Hobbs Eagles hosting the Centennial Hawks, the Battle of the Birds. Ty, friend Ron Gunner with you, and Max back at the station. Eagles losing game 1 of the doubleheader, 17-6 the final. 11-point Mercy Rule win for the Hawks. They're now 8-2 on the season. Eagles drop to 3-9. Ready for game 2. A couple new pitchers on the mound for your Hobbs Eagles. Major Bird, he was the third baseman in game 1. He's the second on the pitching rotation list for the Hobbs Eagles, as he comes into this game with a 1-2 record, and this will be his 7th appearance of the season. He's got a 5.25 ERA at this point in time. So he will be on the mound to start this game off for the Eagles. Pretty much the same as starting lineup for Hobbs in the defense, at least. Alvarado at first, Gonzalez at second. Hector Armendariz goes to third as Bird has moved to the pitching mound, of course. Singleton at the catcher spot. Martinez at left, Brewer at center, and Saul Armendariz in right field. We'll get you the defense for Centennial as we go to the bottom of the first. Up first is Reed, the third baseman, as the first pitch coming straight into the fastball, gets the inside corner for the strike. Karen Reed went 3 for 3 in the first game. He had an RBI single, a double, another double as well, also a steal and 2 runs scored, plus a walk. So he was on base all 4 times in game 1. Fastball outside for the ball, evens up the count at 1-1. Gutierrez, Milani, and Garcia, 2 through 4 in the order for the Hawks. Long road trip coming in from Las Cruces earlier today. Fastball goes high for ball 2.
Yeah, especially with the delay they had. They got here late. Probably didn't get here long enough to get as warmed up as they needed to. But on the other hand, they did have a convincing win in the first.
Yep, 17-6 the final, 11 runs. 14 runs were scored in the third inning. Of course, the Eagles got 4 in the fourth, a 4-0 differential there, but not enough to get back to win the ball game. Kind of a cold night here. We had a lot of winds earlier. It's kind of died down a bit, but of course, getting later here as we at the 8:30 mark on Cool 95.7's Facebook page, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube. Fastball down the pike for the strike. We got a full count going now, as Bird has climbed himself back into this one up against Reed, the third baseman. It's an early score of 2-1 in that first game, but then that third inning blew it open. Fastball gets the inside, but it's dropped on the third strike. Go ahead and call it the out anyway on the tag for out number 1, as Reed will go down on the strikeout.
That's a good way to start it. 1 out with a strikeout.
In that first game, there was only 2 Ks pitched against Centennial. Martinez struck out twice. Of course, the Eagles went through 3 different batters in that contest. Brewer, Hector Armendariz, and Luke Parrish.
You mean pitchers.
Yep, that's right. Here's the wind-up and throw. Curveball. It's slapped down, but it's going to go foul out to the Hobbs Eagles side of the field, the left of the dugout. As going to chase it down for the Eagles, Hector Armendariz, who is starting at third base because his teammate Major Bird is on the mound in this game 2 of the doubleheader. No balls and a strike now to Gutierrez, who's second in the order. Curveball comes inside and able to suck his gut back just a bit to get away from being hit by the ball was Gutierrez. He went 1 for 3 in game 1. He had a single, a couple of runs scored, was also hit by a pitch on base 2 out of the 4 times he made it. A couple of groundouts in the infield to third and second as well. The windup of the throw from Bird right down the middle. A little low for ball. No, late strike call by the umpire. Makes it 1-2.
Take those. Now, Hobbs had started up 3 up and 3 down with Centennial at the top of the first inning, but of course after that it went downhill.
Bird brings it down a little bit inside, a little low for the umpire's liking to make it a ball 2. The count even up at 2-2 with 1 down. Waggle the bat behind the left ear now for Gutierrez to make it the right ear. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Bird goes to the fastball, across the plate, lunge it across, missing it. Gutierrez drop third strike. The throw to first in time. Has a good scoop up there for Singleton as he gets it over to Gutierrez. Or correction, Alvarado for the second out. So 2 down already as the Hobbs Eagles get the defense going on all cylinders here. Milani third in the order now. He's one you got to watch out for, the shortstop. Didn't have a big production in terms of hitting, although did get the 3 RBI homer going on in the second inning of the first game. He was 1 of 2. Got on base 2 more times on walks. One of those an RBI score and a run. So he had 2 runs in the first game and was on base 3 or 4 times. Was over 700 in batting percentage as we got into the first game tonight. First pitch to him, a fastball, clips the outside corner from Bird for strike 1. Of course, one of the lefties for the Hawks. They did split with Carlsbad to start the season, won the first game and lost game 2. Here's the 0-1 pitch, low one now, golf swing there for Milani. Couldn't get underneath it the way he wanted to. Would have had to have a shovel for that one. Good bite there, but Bird makes him pay for it. Count goes to 0-2 now. Like to see 3 up and 3 down quickly to get the Eagles offense out on the field. And cold night going on for both teams. Heard him talking about it during the break, so they're going to have to work against that as well. Curveball goes outside and high for ball 1. Again, Tuesday night will be on the road. Hobbs will travel to Artesia to take on the Bulldogs. 4:15 pregame show. First pitch at 4:30 on all the No Mark Broadcasting networks on the internet. Here's the 1-2 coming from Bird. Fastball inside, and getting a piece of it off the handle was Milani, but it sails back to the middle backstop for the foul ball.
Artesia has the pleasure of hosting Cleveland tonight. Haven't heard any updates on that one yet, but if I do, I'm sure I will give them out to you.
Of course, the Eagles have already played Cleveland twice. Lost both of those games, but they've been playing Cleveland a lot the last couple of seasons, mostly in tournament action, so they're the number 2 team in the state in the Max Preps Bowl. Fastball down low, and it's going to be a swing and a miss for Milani. He looks back at the umpire. I think he might have got a piece of that one because he's going to stay in the box, and Hobbs fans kind of heckling him a little bit because he got a break on that one. I think just barely touched him to call it dead. 1 ball and 2 strikes now for Milani, third in the order for the Hawks. Take a little bit more time on the mound now is Bird. Winds up, and the throw going outside fastball barely misses the corner for ball 2. Evens up the count at 2-2. Eagles have a couple of days to get ready for the game on Tuesday, of course, but the weekend's thrown in there, so I don't know how much hard-level practice you would have on the Saturday and Sunday. Curveball, swing and a miss. That'll be strike 3 for Milani. 3 Ks to start this first inning. Good job of pitching for Major Bird. And now it's time for the Hobbs Eagle offense to hit the plate. We'll go to the bottom of the first. You're listening live as the Eagles and the Hawks going at it 0-0. Stay with us on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Bottom of the first inning here at Sportsmans Park. Ty Friend, Ron Gunner with you. Max back to the station. Your Hobbs Eagles and the Centennial Hawks battle game 2 here of the doubleheader. 0-0, bottom of the first. Hobbs up to bat. Eagles got a total of 8 hits in the first game, losing 17-6. Centennial finishing up with 9, so just one more hit, but a ton more walks had scored back in the third inning of that first game. So Hobbs would like to turn the tables in game number 2. Gerardo Gonzalez will step up to second baseman to start this game like he did game 1. He was 0 for 2, but did get on 2 out of the 4 ties with a couple of walks and also scored a run in that first ball game. He was the leadoff hitter as well for the Eagles. On the mound for Centennial is Garcia, Santiago Garcia.
2.10 ERA, 2 wins, no losses.
So undefeated so far on the season. First pitch down the middle for the strike, and Looked like getting a little piece of it there was Gonzalez, but might even hit part of his hand as he swung on top of the ball that time. 0-1 count. Fastball, check swing, and they're going to go get the strike on that one. Thought the ump was going to point to first, but instead throws the fist out there and gets the second strike. 0-2 count now to Gonzalez. Still 0-0 here in the bottom of the first. Garcia with the windup and the throw. Fastball, and that's going to be a high one, but there's going to be a swing over on top of it by Gonzalez for strike 3. No contact on that one, and that's the first K of the game for the Hobbs Eagle offense.
He was trying to get it, but didn't even get a piece of it. Swung out, and first out for the Hobbs Eagles. Don't want to start that way, but unfortunately it did, so we're going to rely on Hector Armendariz, to get the bats started to get hot.
Yeah, when you go down 0-2, you definitely got to protect the plate, and unfortunately didn't work to his benefit that time for Gonzalez. Armendariz in game 1 went 1 for 4, takes a fastball high for the ball call. He did get the 2 RBI single, also 3 groundouts in game 1. Actually, I keep saying that. Johnson came in for him in the third at-bat, so that doesn't count for him. That's a 2 RBI single for Johnson, but he was 0 for 3, actually, was Armendariz, with groundouts in all 3 in the infield. First, third, and short. Fastball went high, then came down, and they get the strike call on that one.
Yeah, late call, but still a call for a strike.
Evens up the count at 1-1. Eagles trying to get a runner on base with 1 out here in the bottom of the first. High pitch, swing and a miss there for Armendariz. Count goes to 1-2. Here comes the pitch, and the fastball goes low, and over the top of that one was Armendariz for a second K as he goes down swinging, and that will bring up third in the order, Xavier Alvarado.
So far, Garcia is doing well on the mound, facing 2 batters and striking out 2 batters.
So 2 down for the Eagles, trying to get something started offensively. Alvarado went 2 for 2 in the first game, a couple of singles, one of those an RBI, and a walk, perfect on base percentage. Fastball comes low to the strike zone, but the umps got the strike call on that one. Making sure those batters aren't taking anything for granted. A lefty up now is Alvarado. Here comes the 0-1. Fastball outside for ball 1. Count goes to 1-1.
It's only his second ball so far in this inning.
Hawks are 8-2 on the season. Eagles at 3-9.
Yep, 3-game winning streak for the Hawks.
Time called as stepping out is Alvarado. Fastball gets past the catcher and sails through. Little ricochet action going on there on the fastball as it gets off the glove of Huston. He is the catcher from the first game as well. Both teams used their catchers in both of the games of the doubleheader. Time called as Huston's going to talk to his starting pitcher, Garcia.
That is the second pitch that has gotten past him.
March Madness continues, and we mentioned 2 first round or number 1 seeds going down tonight. Miami getting picked off. And then also Alabama.
And Houston.
Princeton is trailing Creighton right now, 49-45. That's a Sweet 16 game as well. Curveball inside for the ball. Count goes to 3-1. So that game going on for Sweet 16 action. That's Creighton is the number 6 seed and Princeton number 15. So pretty close game there, a 4-point differential. Curve inside, another ball called, so that will be a walk issued to the Hobbs Eagles. That will be Alvarado getting on base.
Yeah, Alvarado making sure that was actually a walk, unlike the last time when someone went up there, thought it was a walk, and it was only ball 3.
Alvarado with his second walk of the night, one in the first game of the doubleheader. So runner at first. Eagles do have 2 outs, though, to deal with. Makai Brewer, the center fielder, power slugger for Hobbs. Fastball going low for the first ball call as he got down on those knees just a bit and decided to stay right where he was at. Did not swing the bat whatsoever. Brewer went 2 for 3, couple of singles in the first game. Fastball outside, comes off the glove of Huston, but kind of gamesmanship going on there. Let it roll out just a bit as he knew there was a runner at first. Get eager to move on, but decided to stay, did Alvarado. 1 ball and no strikes. Garcia takes a peek at first, wind up, and the throw. Curveball inside, and did it hit the hand inside of Makai Brewer or not? Nope, he got away from it. I heard something make contact there. I'm not sure if it was the bat or maybe the catcher's glove got snagged up in there. But
I think it was the glove.
Pitch inside for the ball, 2-0 count. Lead off at first for Alvarado. Eagles trying to get the first run of the ball game if possible. Fastball clips the outside corner for the strike. So that's going to go to 2-1 now in the count. Kai Brewer's the cleanup man. Major Bird, fifth in the order, also the starting pitcher. Swing and a miss on the fastball. Makes it 2-2. Eagles got a couple of lefties in the top four in the order. 2 out of the 4 batting left. 2-2 pitch, curving inside. A knuckler off the handle is going to take a rollout between first and second. The ball thrown is low coming from the second base, Martinez, as he dumps it down to Gutierrez, who had to scoop it out of the field turf there at first, but does make the play in time. It kind of looked like his arm got stuck halfway through the throw, and it kind of darted it down to the ground, but able to make the play nonetheless on the ground out to second. Well, the Hobbs Eagles do manage to get one on base. They leave that one on base. No runs come across. We head to the top of the second. We're scoreless. It's Centennial 0, your Hobbs Eagles 0. Come back in 60 seconds. We'll have more second inning action next. Top of the second inning here at Sportsman's Park. Your Hobbs Eagles and Centennial Hawks battle the Birds, tied at 0. Hawks at the plate for their second time tonight. They're down to their fifth in the or make it the fourth in the order. The cleanup, Garcia, who's also the starting pitcher in this game. Garcia not at the plate in game 1 of the doubleheader, so getting his first action in offense at least.
Bird is 1-2 this season so far. 1 win, 2 losses.
First pitch, curveball outside, just barely outside that plate for the ball call, 1-0 count. Bird quick reload now. Here comes the next pitch. Fastball yanked out towards right center, shallow, diving to the ground with a sidewinder catch. Getting that glove right on the turf that time in right field. Nice snag for Saul Armendariz for the first out, and that was a zinger. It looked like it was going to take a bounce, but he just kind of flopped his glove off to the side and made the catch.
And that's what we needed to do is get a quick out and get in and out of this inning as quickly as possible.
The catcher comes up next after the first out, Hudson. Hudson was 0 for 3 in the first game. Did get on one time due to a walk and did score eventually off that, but had a couple of ground outs to first and second and flew out to left.
Oof.
And he gets hit with the ball pretty high. Where did that hit finally?
I want to say the back of his derriere, but
he tried to jump in the air to get out of there.
Yeah.
But so hit by a pitch is Hudson. And that happened several times against the Centennial Hawks in that first game. I think it was, 3 times they were hit by a pitch. In fact, one player was hit twice in that first ball game. I believe that was Estep. Yeah, Estep had 2 hit by pitches. And get everybody lined out here and cool off just a bit. So the runner going to first. That was Hudson, and now they're going to go to Eslip, the center fielder. Estep was 0 for 0, but did get on base all 4 times, hit by a pitch twice, walked twice, scored some runs. He's into a dribbler down the third base line. The throw, a little late it looks like for Hector Armendariz, kind of jumped in the air and lost some of the umph on the release on that throw from third to first. And enough time for the runner to get there, Estep. So the blooper just gave it enough time to forget Armendariz kind of slowed up a bit there to make the scoop. So that will go down as a single here in the top of the second. So runners now at first and second, and we had several opportunities for Centennial to score in that first game. They had bases loaded several times in that game.
Yeah, they did. And but Estep on that one right there hustled it out, was able to beat out the throw, and it was a nice bunt too.
That'll be a first hit of the game there for Centennial. Runners at first and second. The windup and the throw from Bird. Curveball. Barely misses the top of the strike zone for ball one. Still no score here in the top of the second. We are slated for 7 in game 2 of the doubleheader. These two teams played last year. Eagles winning both games. 2-0 win-loss record against the Hawks. Fastball high, swing and a miss for the strike for Hernandez. He's the DH.
And they've won both of those in Centennial High.
Ruben Hernandez, perfect in game 1, 3 for 3. Home run, couple of doubles, 5 RBIs, a walk, couple of runs scored. Fastball outside and low, but a swing and a miss. Over the top of it was Hernandez. Got a little bit greedy on that one and wish he could have that one back. Count goes to 1-2 on the strike.
Yeah, he was definitely chasing that ball. He was way out. It could have been a ball easily.
Yeah, he's definitely a long ball hitter, though, for this squad. And, again, 3 hits in that first game and 1 walk, on base all 4 times. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bird takes a few looks back at second. Turns and fires the curveball high for ball 2. Count goes to 2-2. Again, runners at first and second for Centennial. They are working on their 9th win of the season. Eagles working on number 4.
The Bird would like to get another strikeout to put it 2 up with 2 on.
Turns and fires, curve it inside, swing and a miss, and that's going to sit down on the strikeout. Hernandez, 4th K of the game issued by Bird. He had 3 in the first inning, now 1 here in the second. And now they're going to go down to the 9th in the order, make it the 8th in the order now. That's going to be Ortega, the left fielder.
No, that's Martinez.
Yeah, correction. Martinez steps up. He's the second baseman. E.J. Martinez went 0 for 3 game 1. A couple of strikeouts, flew out to right, but did get a walk and a run scored. That was in the 3rd inning. Takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. Runners at first and second for the Hawks. Still scoreless. 2 down, though. Bird still on the mound for the Eagles. The wide up with the throw. Fastball. Swing and a miss on the strike by Martinez.
Powerful swing, but no connection.
Kind of got the bat spinning around there that time in a 180. He's facing a 1-1 now from Bird. Turns, fires, fastball outside for ball 2.
They have lost it in the delivery there. Looked like it just slipped out of his hand. Or maybe it was intentional. Who knows?
Hobbs Eagles did play in Las Cruces about a week or so ago with that New Mexico Invitational. They're playing another Las Cruces team, Centennial, in this one. Fastball low for ball 3. It's starting to get away now as good eyes for Martinez on the last couple of pitches. Of course, the Eagles got a chance to take on Rio Rancho. Also Deming with a victory 9-8 last week. I also played a couple of games against Oregon Mountain and lost both of those. Fastball high is going to be for ball 4, so Martinez will get the walk. First walk of this second game of the doubleheader. Now runners at first, second, and third. We got loaded bases for the Hawks. And now it's Ortega, the left fielder. One of the kids that got some size out there in terms of some height.
Hobbs had some problems last game with a lot of walks. Walked quite a few runs in.
Jason Ortega went 1 for 3 in game 1. A 2 RBI double and also an RBI sack in that game. Scored 1 run. Curveball, swing and a miss there for Ortega. Back in that 3rd inning of that first game, I think it was about 4 walks bringing runs home on RBI walks there off the Hobbs Eagle pitching. Definitely turned the game around, put Las Cruces Centennial in the driver's seat. Fastball over the top is swing and a miss for Ortega. He's now facing an 0-2 count against Major Bird. Trying to shut down the Hawks here in the top of the second to keep this a 0-0 ball game instead of letting one of these runs with loaded bases right now. Big pitch coming from Bird. Goes fastball, and boy, just barely misses the inside. The ooze coming from the Hobbs Eagle fans.
Yeah, everybody thought that was a 3rd strike, but not quite.
So staying alive at the plate as Ortega's got to protect it with the 2 strikes against him. Big leadoffs at all 3 bases for the Hawks. Here comes the pitch. Fastball. Check swing as it slides outside. It's actually going to be the catcher is going to be pointing out to first. Of course, for the Eagles, that's Kenyon Singleton. And the umpire, no, I don't need to have any help on that one. So he calls that one a ball. As Kenyon was jumping up before that even came across, that he wanted the call to be Strike 3.
Call that a reflex.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball right down the middle, and that should be a K. The umpire waits a second on that one and then yanks out the strike 3 call there, and that will sit down Ortega for the 3rd out. So decent pitching for Bird, though, with a couple of Ks in that top of the 2nd. Did give up 1 hit, but got the bases loaded against him. Was able to get out of it with no runs coming across and 3 left on. We go to the bottom of the 2nd. Your Eagles and Centennial tied at 0 with the Hobbs Eagle O coming up next. You're listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Bottom of the 2nd getting started here at Sportsmans Park. Hobbs Eagles and Centennial Hawks at 0-0. Eagles at the plate 2nd time tonight. And they're going to get the 5th in the order for the Hobbs squad. The starting pitcher in this game, Major Bird, will step up. He was the 3rd baseman in game 1 where he went 1 for 3, an RBI double. Also had a stolen base. Did fly out to center and 3rd in his other 2 at-bats. Try to get the offense going here for the Eagles. It's a low-scoring game through about 2 innings in the first contest, 2-1 in favor of Centennial. But then the 3rd inning was where it turned around for the Hawks.
Yeah, 14 runs will do that.
Fastball coming down the pike and a hard swing by Bird. No contact on the ball for the strike. Quick return now for Garcia with the pitch outside and low for ball 1 to keep the count to 1-1. Don't see as much of a wind issue that we're having in this 2nd game compared to the start of the 1st game. Gusts up to about 35, 40 miles an hour.
I wasn't going to jinx it.
Ball 1 and strike 1. Curve, swing and a miss over the top by Bird for strike 2. And, again, he was trying to go to the fence on that one. That's one thing Coach Boyles talked about in the pregame, that sometimes his kids try to do a little bit too much with their swings, and you don't always got to get it to the wall. Curve it inside. A good eye there for Bird as it lets it bounce and takes the ball on that one.
Yeah, Bird alone right now is sitting on 5 strikes in 2 innings.
Eagles, of course, returning only 3 seniors, and that's been somewhat of an issue as they got some new guys trying to work in a different position, some injuries. A shortstop that went down early, a freshman, was replaced by a freshman. Fastball, and that'll be strike number 3 as Bird cannot make contact again. He'll have to take a seat, as that'll be the 3rd K off the pitching of Santiago Garcia. First one here in the 2nd inning. He has not given up a hit yet against the Eagles. And that brings in Kenyon Singleton. He had a big hit there in the first game of this doubleheader. Of course, Kenyon with that HR scoring himself. He went 1 of 2 in the game. Also had a walk and a strikeout. Fastball, barely missing outside for ball 1. Singleton coming in at 6th in the order for the Eagles. Kenyon Johnson will be the DH after him, and Saul Armendariz, the right fielder, comes up as well. Fastball high for ball 2, and the catcher just jumped up, Huston, and kind of flapped his glove right in the face of Singleton. I'm not sure what he was doing that for. He didn't have to worry about going wild with no runners on. Here's the 2-0. Fastball, this time putting a full swing into it to Singleton, and a little bit too much juice on that pitch for him. No contact, 2-1 count.
Yeah, must have lost sight of the ball, just did not connect with it.
Fastball, hard one, right to the glove that time. Another swing and a miss for Singleton. So now get back in this count is Garcia to make it 2-2.
He's going to watch this swing. If he's going to swing it, he's going to make sure he's got contact of some sort.
Garcia doesn't take a lot of time to get the next pitch going. Curveball drops right across the plate. That's strike 3. So a couple batters for both teams kind of waiting a little bit too long and paying the price. 2 Ks to start the bottom of the 2nd for Garcia. And now finally Kenyon Johnson steps up. He's the DH in this game. He's 7th in the order Johnson did get one chance to bat in the first game, and he had a 2 RBI single. I believe that was part of the 4th inning where the Eagles got the 4 runs, so he's kind of being a spark plug coming out of the dugout. Takes the first pitch high for ball 1.
He only had a 182 batting average before this game.
Fastball clips inside for strike 1. Count now to 1-1. Definitely's got some size out there too. Canyon Johnson, 6'3", 245. Fastball, this time outside corner for the strike. Count goes to 1-2. In fact, he's the second tallest player behind Mekhi Brewer, who's 6'4". Here's the 1-2 pitch. High one, and gets the swing and a miss. That will be the 3rd strike out of this 2nd inning. So the Hobbs Eagles, 3 Ks, nobody on the bases, no hits, no runs come across. We go to the top of the 3rd, almost halfway through here at Sportsmans Park. Still scoreless. Centennial and Hobbs back in 60. Top of the 3rd here at Sportsman's Park. Ty friend Ron Gunner and Max back at the station tonight as your Hobbs Eagles and Centennial scoreless here as the Hawks return to the plate for the 3rd time here in the 2nd game of the doubleheader. Major Bird, starting pitcher for the Eagles, heading into his 3rd inning. And for the Hawks, they go to the top of the order. Reed, who's the 3rd baseman, struck out 1 of 3 Ks in the 1st inning against Bird's pitching. Curveball inside and just barely nicks the inside corner for the strike. Reed had 3 hits in game 1. He was perfect 3 for 3, on base all 4 times. The windup of the throw from Bird is outside fastball for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1-1. Gutierrez, Milani, and Garcia 2 through 4 in the order for the Hawks. Centennial in the top 10 in the Max Preps poll this part of the season. Of course, district has not started. Fastball over the top of it is Reed for the strike.
Swing and a miss on that one. Just lackadaisical was that. I mean, it just didn't even look like he put anything into it.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the windup of the throw from Bird. Fastball nicks inside of the bat and rolls out past second base into center field. Kind of a late, swing there, and that will be a single for Reed. His first hit of this 2nd ball game. He has 4 tonight in the doubleheader. Talking about Centennial so far. In terms of the Max Preps poll, they've been hovering in the top 10 for the early part of the season at least. They're number 6 right now. Of course, the Eagles have played number 2 Cleveland, Piedra Vista number 5, Santa Fe number 9, Rio Rancho number 3. So several games against top 10 teams in the Max Preps. A few coming up from Central New Mexico and down in the south as well. He knocked off number 10 Las Cruces earlier. Bunt down the 3rd base line for the Hawks. Eagles get the throw. It's off base, though. Hector Armendariz tries to throw it, coming up the 3rd base line to first, and throws it way out of the direction of the first base. And unfortunately not able to come up with it quick enough. Alvarado.
That was definitely a well-played bunt. Put it right in the spot that he needed to. Was able to run it out and get to first base. 2 on for the Centennial Hawks.
That was Gutierrez. He struck out back in the 1st inning. So now this top of the 3rd, 2 singles for the Hawks. And start looking like the 3rd that we saw in the last game, which you don't want to see a repeat of with those 14 runs coming across.
Exactly. We definitely don't want to see that many runs in 1 inning.
Milani, the shortstop, comes up. He struck out the 3rd out of the 1st inning. Bird's going to go with the curveball, high and outside for ball one. So runners at first and second, Reed and Gutierrez for the Hawks. Still scoreless here in the top of the third as we are slated for 7 in game 2 of the doubleheader.
See if hopefully that Bird won't feel the pressure of the two on the base.
No outs for Eagle defense. Curveball outside. They're going to quick throw down to second behind the second bag. Shortstop comes over for the Eagles to help out with that one. And definitely no chance for the tag for the Eagles on that.
But it was a good throw.
Yeah, Utahara getting over there that time to help out the cause. 2 balls and no strikes as Bird continues to face Milani, the number 3 in the order for the Hawks, the lefty. Fastball, low and outside for ball 3.
Possibility of loading the bases up once again.
Yeah, definitely not want to seeing that, as we saw many times that happened in game 1, and the walks is what was scoring most of the runs in that back third inning earlier on tonight. 2 balls and 1 strike, no outs for the Eagle D. Bird looks back at second, curveball inside, and boy, what a yank on that one. That's going to go foul territory. Goes over the right fence on the sideline near the Centennial dugout towards the JV field, out past the bullpen for the Hawks. You straighten that one out. That would have been definitely a home run for the lefty, but it's coming back on the foul ball.
Yeah, just a little late on his swing there. Hit the ball, and it just went sailing right out. Not even a chance.
And his body kind of turned around towards the first baseline and kind of curved it in. 2 balls and 2 strikes, curve it inside. This time it'll be a bouncer to second, a one-hander. Throw to the shortstop who bobbles it at second base. Should have been an easy stop on the base for Utahara, but did not get a grab on the ball as the throw coming in from Gonzalez that time, the second baseman. He's in between first and second and came in and just flicked it over to second and was bobbled. So the error on the infield will get the bases loaded for Centennial. And that was Milani now at first. He got lucky, though, as that should have been an out at second.
Yeah, I thought he had it at second. Could have had a double play, but instead dropped the ball. And instead of dropping the ball, he just didn't even have it for the second or for the first out. So, unfortunately, bases loaded, no outs as we get into the third.
Garcia, the starting pitcher, now at the plate for the Hawks. He flew out to right back in the first out of the second inning. Fastball outside for ball 1. Good save there for Singleton to get his glove down. He's got Reed knocking at the door at the third base currently. He's definitely got an eye on the left there. No outs, though, for the Eagles defense. That's the problem with a bases loaded situation here. Bird's going to go with the fastball. Gets that outside corner for the strike, as holding on it was Garcia. Huston, Estep, and Hernandez, 5, 6, and 7 in the order for Centennial. No score on the board here in the top of the third. Off the end of the bat, off the fastball, rolls through second, a backhand attempt for Gonzalez. That will score a run. That will go down as a single, not able to get the tag on the base there. Good effort, though, as Gonzalez did almost a somersault behind second base to try to keep that one going up to the center field, and he did save anything else from coming across but 1 run on that one.
It went right by Bird. He couldn't quite get it, but fortunately, though, it was able to be stopped, but unfortunately there was a run that did score.
And you got Gonzalez and Armendariz switch. Gonzalez is at third.
Okay, correction. We had switched up on the players there. We had Gonzalez at third, Armendariz at first. They're on the second on the lineup. Fastball going inside, and holding on it for the strike will be Garcia. Flew to right field. Back in the second inning. Bases are still loaded for the Hawks, who lead 1-0. Curveball inside. This is going to get whacked out to second, and Utahara with the flick to second. Get this tag out there. A bad throw to first. That's going to sail to the Centennial dugout on the right side, and that will get a couple runs scored for the Hawks. So add 2 more to the scoreboard to lead 3-0. So, again, the third inning is kind of an omen tonight here in these doubleheader games.
Seems to be it's a bugaboo for the Hobbs Eagles trying to get out of it, and so far they are not helping their cause by letting all these runs come in.
And it looks like they're going to get a courtesy runner out there for Centennial.
But they did get 1 out, so at least they have some condolences that they don't have another run possible.
3-zip your score here in the top of the third. All 3 runs coming here in the third for the Hawks. Still just 1 out, though. Runner at second. Fastball for Bird goes low and outside. Diving down low for it and keeping it protected is Singleton. Look, a NHL hockey goalie that time. Keeping it in play for the Eagles. Called a ball with the 1-0 count now. Bird facing Huston, who was hit by a pitch back in the second to get on base. Curveball almost taken off the chin of Huston that time. It would have pulled his head back just enough to get away from it. Call goes to 2-0 now. Getting runner at second is Garcia. 2-0 count. Bird takes a look back at second, turns and fires. Fastball, swing and a miss for Huston for the strike.
Hudson's on base. Estep is at.
We're getting way behind in these players, aren't we? Back into the box goes Estep, the center fielder. Had a single back in the second. Fastball down the middle, outside as it kind of curved out at the last second there, and coming across the plate as Estep couldn't make contact. He picks up his second strike, a 2-2 count now against the center fielder. Still just one out, though, for the Eagle D. Big lead off at second. Bird takes a peek back to second, tries a fastball, golf swing, and that's going to be strike three for Estep. He's going to have to go take a seat. Another K issued by Bird. That's the fifth, or make it the sixth of the ball game.
Yep. And the second out of the inning, which is good for Hobbs because they need to stop the bleeding as fast as they can.
3-0 to score here in the top of the third. Eagles need to get that offense going up here again and get back in this ball game. Still not running away from them yet, just 3-0. 2 down, though, for the D. Curveball inside. This is heading toward the left center field, going close to the fence. I think this is out of here, and it is. Left of the big wall will score 2 runs for Centennial. So just when you thought the Eagles were trying to shut down the O, here come the Hawks once again.
Hudson scores. Hernandez hit the home run, so he scores. And it is now, 3-0. No, 5-0.
Yeah, the whole team is out there at the plate now to welcome him home after the score there. So 5-0 your score.
Hawks cleaning up well, definitely in the third inning. That is their bread and butter as far as these last 2 games.
I believe that is number 15. I don't see him was on our starting lineup there, but I don't know if that was somebody that checked in or not. 15 is Dylan Murray, but that's
no, that was 16.
Well, anyway, look, the number got bunched up there. I thought they might have substituted somebody, but that must have been Hernandez. So he gets a home run, 2-run score. It's 5-0 here at the top of the third. Bird goes to the fastball outside. It gets past Singleton, rolls to the backstop.
Luckily, there's somebody on base, so they want to dance.
Umpire just gives Singleton another baseball and lets the Hawks take care of the extra one, rolling to the backstop. Bird quickly reloads. Curveball going to float and clip the outside corner for the strike. Count goes to 1-2 now with 2 down.
That was Hernandez's first home run of the season.
Martinez up now with a walk back in the second inning. Second at bat for him. Here's the windup of the throw for Bird. Curve it inside, almost hits the elbow, but he's able to pull back from that to get the ball call and even up the count at 2-2. 5-0 here on the top of the third. All 5 runs coming for the Hawks now. The 2-2 now from Bird. Fastball outside and no contact for Martinez on the swing. He will go down looking, or actually not looking, but swinging and not coming up with any contact. That's the second K for Bird here in the third inning. But all 5 runs coming across the plate for the Hawks as they get a couple of guys advancing due to errors, but also a couple of singles, Reed and Gutierrez, and a home run with 2 RBIs for Hernandez. 1 left on base. It's 5-0. Bottom of the third coming up on your Hobbs Eagle Network. Bottom of the third inning, Hobbs Eagle offense at the plate. They trail 5-0 after 5 runs come across for the Hawks. And the Eagles trying to get the bats going here. Basol Armendariz up, the right fielder, his first attempt. 8th in the order for the Eagles. Game 2 of the doubleheader here at Sportsmans Park. The windup of the throw coming from Garcia outside, and over the top is Armendariz for the strike. Martinez due up next. Martinez up next, the left fielder. Garcia comes back with a fastball high, and good eye that time for Armendariz to hold on it to make it 1-1 off the ball.
Yeah, we need smart batting, especially since we're already down 5-0 in the third.
A little bit better than the 14 we saw at game 1 of the third inning. Fastball over the top again is Armendariz for the strike. Count goes to 1-2. Get Eagles on the road Tuesday against Artesia, against the Bulldogs. 4:15 pregame. First pitch at 4:30 on your no-mark broadcasting stations. Fastball outside. Another good eye there for Armendariz to pick up the second ball. Count goes to 2-2.
Yes, no need to chase at this point.
Waggles the bat behind that right ear now, does Armendariz. Takes the fastball, check swing, and they're going to go ahead and ask the first base umpire what he thinks about it, and he says, nope, don't worry about it, did not come around on it.
Exactly.
Actually, first it was Huston, the catcher, pointing out to first, and of course he doesn't get to make that decision. It's the umpire that decides if he needs help. Full count now. Armendariz trying to get himself on base for the Eagles to get back in this one. Curving inside, and they got the strike call on that one as he didn't swing the bat and pays the price for a K. That's 4 Ks in a row now off the pitching of Santiago Garcia. 6 total Ks in the ball game so far. He had 2 in the first inning. And now it's going to be Martinez in for the Eagles. Josiah was 0 for 2 in the first game. Did get on once due to a walk and did score a run eventually in that game in the 4th inning. That's the inning the Eagles had 4 runs to score. First pitch, he hit a curveball, swing and a miss for Martinez. He's ninth in the order for the Eagles here in game 2.
Martinez has struck out 7 times for today.
Here's the windup of the throw. Swing and a miss on the fastball from Garcia to Martinez. That'll be strike 2 and an 0-2 count now to the left fielder. Winds about 5 to 10 miles per hour here. A little bit colder than what we were expecting tonight. Here's the windup of the throw. Fastball, another swing and a miss, and that's strike 3. So the Ks are starting to come one after the other now for the Eagles. They've had 5 in a row. Taking a seat due to the Ks. And we go to the top of the order for the Eagles. That stepping up will be Gerardo Gonzalez. He struck out to start the game. Eagles are looking for their first hit of the contest. They've only been on base once in game 2 with the walk by Alvarado back in the first inning.
And they've had 7 strikeouts so far. Not going to advance any runners that way.
Fastball, and the ears are starting to hit that glove pretty hard, and you can hear it all the way up here in the press box. Hard velocity pitches coming in from Santiago Garcia. First strike on that one. Another fastball down the middle, right to the glove. Whap you could hear, and that's the second strike. The swing by Gonzalez. Not meeting the baseball. Quick reload for Garcia. Fires another fastball, swing and a miss, and that's going to be strike 3.
Another 3 up and 3 down for the Hobbs Eagles.
Another day at the office for Garcia as Hobbs, no hits, nobody on base, no runs come across. So we go to the top of the 4th, more than halfway through game 2 of the second game of the doubleheader. As we get the Centennial Hawks up to the plate and your Hobbs Eagle defense out in the field. Let's take a 60-second break and come back on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back live at Sportsman's Park, top of the fourth inning here. Hobbs trailing Centennial 5-0. And last year, the Eagles won the first game of their doubleheader in Las Cruces 16-5. This year, they turned the tables, the Hawks did, and won the first game 17-6. Game 2, a little bit closer last year. The Eagles winning that one 6-5. Right now, it's 5-0, though, in a deficit. Hobbs have to make up quite a few runs here to get that score like it was last year. But Hobbs winning both of those games 2-0 against Centennial, who lost first round of the state playoffs. Of course, the Eagles getting all the way to the semifinals before losing 2-1 to Carlsbad. Major Bird on the mound for the Eagles, as he did start the game, takes the curveball inside low for ball one as he pitches
To Ortega.
Yep, to Ortega, who's last in the order. The left fielder struck out and knocks one off his knee and going to go out towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout on the left side. Ortega in the first game was able to hit one time, and he got a 2 RBI double and also had a sac RBI as well. Bird going to go fastball. That's going to be hit out hard towards left field. Takes a couple of bounces, hits off the wall. Did it go over after that? No, it stays in the field in the warning track. That'll be a double. So that's the number 9 hitter for Centennial, and he kind of throws the bow and arrow look to his sideline there, trying to show off a little bit as he gets a double to get this inning started. We go to the top of the order now. Reed, the third baseman. He's 1 for 2 at the plate. He has a single, run with that, and also a strikeout.
Yeah, unfortunately, he went all the way back to the wall. He got over the head of Martinez and wound up being a double.
Couple of bounces as it made it to the wall, and then it got stuck on the warning track out there. Bird's going to go inside of the fastball and clips the corner for the strike. It's been 7 strikeouts for Major Bird so far, so not too shabby there. It started the game with 3 Ks.
Exactly. Hopefully, we were hoping for more of that, but haven't got as much as we needed.
Here's the windup of the throw from Bird. Little changeup inside. It's going to get a bouncer to the Hobbs Eagle dugout left on foul territory. Count goes to 0-2. So far, a total of 5 hits. Or is it 7 hits there? 1, 2, 3, 4,
6.
6 hits so far in the game at this point for Centennial. Here comes the 0-2 from Bird. Curve upside for a ball. Count to 1-2.
He has those huge arcing throws that he does that just don't seem to find the zone, just a little bit overhead.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Bird taking a look at the runner back at second. Not going to mess with him. Fastball and lunging outside. A nice pitch to get the bite from Reed. Comes across the plate and can't tap with the ball enough, and he'll sit down on a strikeout. His second K of the game, and that'll be a total now of 8 issued by Major Bird. Sitting down a couple of players more than once now.
First out for the inning, for this 4th inning.
So that runner at second and holding out there for a few minutes has been Ortega. They go to second in the order to Gutierrez. He's 1 of 2 with a single, a run, and a strikeout. Bird fires the fastball off the handle to the right backstop. Out of play, foul for Gutierrez. 3rd time in the order for the Centennial Hawks. As they get into their second batter, Gutierrez.
Got an update on Artesia. We'll share that in a moment.
Artesia Cleveland playing tonight. Fastball drops low as it comes down near the plate, and over the top of it was Gutierrez for the strike.
And apparently I had Cleveland on my mind because it was Sandia that they were playing. It was 12-1. Artesia loses that game.
Fastball and outside, swing and a miss. That will sit down Gutierrez for a K. 2 Ks in a row now for Major Bird on the mound. You mentioned Sandia. That was a team that played Carlsbad for the state championship last year. So road trip for was that played in Artesia tonight?
I believe it was played on Artesia.
So Eagles will be there on Tuesday night to play the Bulldogs. 4:15 pregame. First pitch at 4:30. You're at HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube Hobbs Sports page, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Got you for the rest of the season on our no-mark broadcasting stations. Milani now, the shortstop. He gets a piece of the ball out towards left center. It's going to take a bounce. A sliding attempt to try to pull it down by Brewer, but that will be a double and a run scored, an RBI. So Milani getting his first hit here in the second game of the doubleheader, and that will score Ortega.
And that was a nice slide at the warning track. Just could not get it, and instead had to settle for giving up a double.
Yeah, Brewer was at center field. He had to run almost halfway over towards left field to slide into that warning track, and it looked like, I don't think he was on the actual field turf. I think it was the warning track. He might have ripped some pants on that one. That's going to bring up the cleanup man, Garcia. He's 0 for 1, flew out to right field and also got on due to an error. Ball comes off low on his bat and just rolls foul outside the first baseline. It's gobbled up by Singleton. He was starting ready to tag him, but the umpire calls the foul ball first. 2 down, though, for Centennial. The lefty at the plate again is Garcia, the starting pitcher in this game. Curveball inside and clips the inside corner. A few practice swings after the ball got to the glove by Garcia. He knew he should have swung the bat on that one. Count goes to 1-1 with 2 down. Runner at second for the Hawks, who lead 6-0 here in the top of the fourth. We are slated for 7 at Sportsman's Park. Ball gets outside of the fastball, hit right to the second, or make it the shortstop. Make a nice snag on that one for the Eagles, and making it the third out as well. Good hands there to pull that one down for the Eagles defense. And that was at Udahara there at short. Closer to second base. I was kind of waiting to see. I thought that was the second baseman for just a second, Armendariz, but sliding over towards the second base to make the catch was Udahara. So the Eagles step up, only give up 1 run in that top of the fourth inning, but there were a total of 3 hits, 1 left on base, and some good strikeouts there for Major Bird as he's able to pick off 4 in that inning. So 1 run comes across. It's 6-0. The Hawks lead the Eagles. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth next on the Hobbs Eagle Broadcasting Network. Bottom of the fourth inning here at Sportsman's Park. Eagles trail Centennial 6-0. Hector Armendariz stepping up for Hobbs, second in the order. Second time tonight. He's got a strikeout back in the first inning. Eagles looking for their first hit. Take a first fastball on the pitch from Garcia for a ball a little high on that one. Armendariz second. Alvarado third in the order. And, of course, Brewer, the cleanup man. Fastball down the middle. Swing and a miss for Armendariz. Count goes to 1-1. Eagles have been on base 1 time here in the second game. A walk by Alvarado. Bunch of Ks after that, though. Fastball, and that's where they've been coming hard. And swing and a miss again for Armendariz. A lot of velocity on those pitches from Santiago Garcia. A lot of mustard coming down the pike.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Curveball inside this time and going towards the knees of Armendariz. I think he's a lot better on those fastballs. Count goes to 2-2 now.
It may have gotten away from him, too.
Armendariz waggling that bat behind the helmet there. Fastball gets a last-second chop on the ball. Just barely got a piece of it there. It's a little late swing, and it goes over the top of the dugout or the press box here, out of play.
In fact, I think that's the first foul ball they've had in this inning, or this game, really.
2-2 pitch goes low with the fastball, and almost getting the bat around was Armendariz, and he kind of fly swatted it, so it didn't really break his wrist on that one, but he got close to it and kind of chopped down, but barely had away from getting the swing. And a time call in the full count as Armendariz wants to work out his leg a little bit here. Referee kind of slides out with him outside the box left. Very big pitch coming here on the full count.
Definitely a big one right now.
6-0 is the score, 6-0 in favor of Centennial. Fastball outside, a good eye for Armendariz to pick up the walk. Second walk issued by Garcia. And now the Eagles have a runner on first base, no outs, down by 6, and that brings up Xavier Alvarado. He's the first baseman. He was the other walk that the Eagles have picked up in this game back in the first inning.
Exactly, and they still are looking for that first hit, hoping it's going to be either a double or a triple.
Of course, talking to Coach Boyle, that's one thing he's mentioned is that there are a lot of youngsters on this team trying to get their niche in terms of hitting and not trying to do too much on the pitches. Just make sure you get something on that you can advance the runners with and get your big guys up there to knock them around. But the first pitch inside, good eye for Alvarado as he gets the ball call. He's one of the lefties. Brewer up for the cleanup man next. It'd be nice to have 2 runners on before he steps up to the plate.
Always is.
Garcia takes a peek at first, wind up in the throw, curving inside, and whiffing it on that is Alvarado. He puts a full pirouette on that swing, and unfortunately no contact.
And that's what you want to have. If you're going to swing at it, you definitely want to make some contact, even if it's a foul ball.
1 ball and 1 strike now to Alvarado. Now a low one outside on the fastball for ball 2. As that one sunk quickly. Got a dog going wild out there on the third base side of the field.
I know, barking it up.
2 balls and a strike. The throw to first and almost got by the first baseman over there. That was Gutierrez. Now the run down, a dive towards second on the steal, and they call the tag in the back for the out. Second baseman got over there in time to make the tag. That was Martinez. And unfortunately, the Eagles going to get the steal erased and the base runner erased as Armendariz is going to have to take a seat as a tag in the back. And that throw to first almost got by Gutierrez. I don't know how he got his glove up there quick enough to snag that one, but it looked like that was going to sail to the foul wall on the right side.
That is now it's the third time that the Eagles have been caught stealing in this season.
And when you're down 6-0, every runner is very important. And now we don't have anybody on the bases with 1 down. Fastball goes low for Garcia as he continues to pitch to Alvarado. Count goes to 3-1, so hopefully we can get Alvarado on the bases. He's already picked up 1 walk in this game, and with a good eye so far. Up a pitch or so against Garcia. Curve it inside, a knuckler off the handle. And that ball is going to sail to the left backstop, out of play.
We got a full count going on in the bottom of the 4th.
Of course, with wooden bats, that probably would have been shattered on that one as he got some major contact on that. You can hear the pop of the handle. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Curveball inside and gets him turned around 180, and that'll be strike number 3 for Alvarado. So a bunch of Ks for the Eagles in game 2. They've got 9 total so far, being struck out by the pitching of Santiago Garcia. Makai Brewer is the guy that needs to get things juiced up here. He's already 0 for 1, though, a ground out to second. But in the first game, he did manage to get some contact on the ball with a 2-3, 2 for 3. He was 2 singles in that game. But, of course, he's a power hitter, though. That's what you want to start to see in this game as Eagles have a 6-0 deficit to work out of here in the bottom of the 4th. Curveball coming inside, a floater. And looked like it was coming well outside the plate that time, but somehow floated right out the corner of the inside for the strike. Brewer backed away from the plate to get away from it. Like a fly coming at a mosquito or something. Curveball again, swing and a miss. So this time Garcia's thinking that he's going to keep those tight pitches in there.
Yeah, that was well inside. Should have held up on it, but he did not.
Might throw some junk here to get him off balance. Here's the 0-2. Fastball, swing and a miss, and that did get Brewer, unfortunately, for strike number 3. So Eagles getting tagged out on a steal attempt at second off a rundown. A couple of Ks after that. Nobody left on the bases as we go down with no hits and no runs scored in the bottom of the 4th. We go to the 5th inning now. It's 6-0 as Centennial get another chance at bat. Come back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back to live action here at Sportsmans Park. The Hobbs Eagles trailing Centennial 6-0. Top of the 5th inning. The Hawks back at the plate. They've had 6 guys with at least 1 hit apiece. Home run for Hernandez, a double for Ortega, another double for Milani, and a single apiece for Reed, Gutierrez, and Estep. The Eagles have yet to get a hit in this game, and they've been struck out 10 times, so definitely a difference when it comes to offense in game number 2. First game, it was a 9-8 hitting differential with the Hawks with 9-8 for the Eagles, but Hobbs not getting their bats working in this one, and it's getting colder as the night goes along.
Yeah, and it was all about the walks. You know, before we were talking about it in baseball or basketball, walks are bad, but here they're good.
So we have Bird still on the mound for the Eagles. The starting pitcher goes to the curve, go too far inside for ball 1 as he goes up against Huston, the catcher for the Hawks. Huston did get on base in the 2nd inning with a hit by a pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss for Huston. Huston got a little size on him as well, and Bird working it hard there for the 1-1.
Definitely need to see more swinging and missing for Bird.
Huston 5th in the order for the Hawks. Fastball down the middle, and Huston just holding on it that time. Easy strike call there for the umpire. Count goes to 1-2. All 5 runs, at least 5 of the 6 runs coming in the 3rd inning for the Hawks. Curveball low, drops as it came across the plate, and holding on it was Huston. Kind of stagger stepped a little bit towards the plate, but decided to hold on and not move the wrist there, and made a good decision on that one. Count goes to 2-2, no outs for the Hawks. Again, up by 6. Wind for the throw from Bird, goes low in the dirt on the fastball for the ball 2, or make it 3. Full count now for Centennial. Again, they're 8-2 on the season. The Eagles at 3-9. The 3-2 pitch coming from Bird. Fastball off the end of the bat. It's going to stay foul for Hudson to keep him alive. Rolled out towards the first base line and kept foul there.
Yeah, just got a piece of it.
Talking earlier about March Madness basketball, of course, going on. Some number 1s getting knocked off tonight. Alabama getting picked off by San Diego State earlier. That's a big upset. Miami as well. Here's the full count pitch. Curve and nicks the outside corner, and holding on is Hudson during the headlights, and he's going to sit down with the K on that one.
That was a sweet moment. Of course, once again, the umpire just taking his, giving a dramatic strikeout.
10 Ks so far for Bird, and still trailing 6-0 though. But again, that's some good pitching. He has struck out Reed and Gutierrez a couple of times, and everybody else that he's struck out has had 1 K apiece. Fastball right down the middle, and they're going to say is that going to be a strike call? There it is. The fist finally comes up for the umpires going, that's got to be a strike. But thought might they called it a little low that time, but he does get the fist up.
Yeah, Estep had a single in the first and then had a strikeout in his last at bat.
This time he goes with the fastball, just barely misses the outside corner for ball 1. Count goes to 1-1 now to Estep, the center fielder. Kind of bouncing around behind the plate there. Takes the fastball down the middle for strike 2. Again, he was the guy in that first game that had all 4 on bases with a couple of hit pitches and walks, so he had a big eye in that game. And other body parts taking pitches as well. Here's the 1-2 coming from Bird. Low pitch and a little flinch by Estep. He pays the price. The umpire says too much on the wrist that time. You're going to go down with the K. 2 in a row now for Bird, and Estep's been struck out twice.
Yep, 2 up, 2 down so far in this inning, this 5th inning.
11 strikeouts for Major Bird against the batters of Centennial. Time called as it looks like going out to talk to his pitcher will be Kenyon Singleton. And now the whole infield comes in as Coach Boyle's out there as well.
Yeah, I'm showing 83 pitch count.
I don't think they're pulling him for anything in particular, but just to make sure the rotation stays. Once you get to a certain amount of pitches, that's going to limit your time for the next game. Adds more days at the time you have to wait.
Exactly.
And he's got Artesia Tuesday. Probably wouldn't start there anyway, but other games coming up around the horizon here. And there is going to be a change on the mound. Let's see what we've got coming here. The ball has been taken by Coach Boyle, who was out on the mound. Of course, when Coach Boyle comes out, you know there's going to be a pitching change. Coach Bowman might just be a timeout to talk to his pitching staff. Stepping out for the Hobbs Eagles, getting the action for the relief on the field right now for the Eagles. That will be number 4, Nicholas Gonzalez. Gonzalez, a junior, 5'8", 130 pounds, and he will be the second in command for the Eagles. We'll take a break as he warms up. Hobbs trailing 6-0 here in the top of the 5th inning. You're listening to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, on the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Pitching change for the Hobbs Eagles here in the top of the 5th. Nick Gonzalez checks in. He's 0-1 on the season. This will be his 8th game that he's appeared in. Has an ERA of 4.12 and a save, 1 this season. So definitely a guy that trying to see if they can shut down this Centennial team who leads 6-0 here in the top of the 5th with 2 down. Nobody on the bases for the Hawks. The Eagles are going to have some more at-bats here to try to get back in this contest. And how many total innings do we get for Bird in this one?
We had 4 2/3, and Gonzalez has 5 strikes and 7 walks.
Total in this game for Centennial through Bird's pitching at least 6 hits, and of course the 6 runs on the scoreboard. Couple of strikes on fastballs. This one clipping the outside corner on the second pitch, coming from the new pitcher for the Eagles, Gonzalez.
Excellent start for him.
Hernandez at the plate right now. He is 1 of 2 at a homer with the 2 RBIs. Curveball inside. He'll send that over the top of the backstop over our heads. Out of play. Hernandez with that 2 RBI homer, as we mentioned. And that going back to the 3rd inning. Also struck out in inning number 2.
So, yeah, like with most baseball players that can hit a home run, it's either all or nothing.
We mentioned Bird before he was taken out here just seconds ago. He had 11 Ks in this ball game. So doing a pretty decent job of pitching. Reed and Gutierrez had a couple of Ks taking him out. And then also Estep also was struck out twice by Bird. Several others getting one each. Curveball coming inside. Looked like it was to go to the thick of the back there of Hernandez and somehow curved towards the plate. But a ball call on that one. 1-2 count now to Hernandez, the DH.
And Bird had 19 strikeouts before tonight's game.
So he almost got it all in one game there. Curveball inside, comes off the edge of the bat of Hernandez and sells out to the Hobbs Eagle dugout. Coach Bowman bare hands that one. Count now 1-2. Martinez and Ortega ran out the order for the Hawks if they get that far, because they have 2 down here in the top of the 5th, leading 6-zip. Taking a little bit more time now is Gonzalez. Turns and fires. Fastball going to go outside and low for ball 2, even up the count. Centennial Hawks, of course, losing twice last year to the Hobbs Eagles. That was in Las Cruces. Curveball whacked hard towards short. It bounces off the chest of the Eagles' Udahara. He's going to fire across the field. Does he get it there in time?
No.
It was low. And they're going to say the runner got there just in time. There will be a single, though. Nice job. It hit hard in the chest of Udahara, but a great job of using his body to deflect it and still having a chance to make the throw. But just a little bit late that time, but got to credit him for at least getting it there.
And it was also a little off the mark. The first baseman had to step off the bag, and even if he would have gotten it, though, it didn't look like it was quite on time.
So that'll go down as a hit there for Hernandez, who's now got 2 hits, 2 out of 3 in this game, as Martinez now steps up 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a walk. Fastball coming down the pike for Nick, and Gonzalez gets the ball call. Looked like it was pretty close to that strike zone. Must have dropped to the last second there. Count goes to 1-0. Lead off at first there for Hernandez. Curveball inside, golf swing. That's going to take a big leap over the top of the press box, out of play in foul territory. Evens up the count at 1-1 there for Martinez. Ortega, ninth in the order, up next. He had a double in his last at bat. That was back in the third inning. Also scored a run. Hawks just try to add on to their 6-0 lead here in the top of the fifth. We are slated for 7 in game 2 of the doubleheader as Gonzalez pulls out of his pitch and gets the runner to get back to first. Decides not to throw it there.
Hobbs trying to keep it close so they can stay in the game and maybe make this a contest.
Curveball almost takes off the helmet of Martinez, who stands strong. Doesn't move an inch there, and it's 2-1 count now for Martinez.
Testing Martinez, seeing what he can chase.
Long delay here for Gonzalez. Taking the pitch call he wants. Bounces it across the plate, and as Singleton kind of kicks it in front of that home plate to see what that runner was going to try to do there, but wasn't fooled by that. He just stays in the area at first and able to get back in time. So count now 3-1 as it's starting to get away a little bit as Martinez got at least one pitch to burn here. Here's the windup in the throw. Fastball, swing and a miss. Nice mustard on that one from Gonzalez to get the count now to full at 3-2.
You want one more of those, and you've got 3 strikes, or at least his first anyway, for this inning.
Force out at second with run runner at first here for the Hawks. Fastball again, and that'll be strike 3. Has a swing there for Martinez, but it's going right in the glove of Singleton. So Martinez going down with 2 Ks so far. 3 Ks issued by Hobbs Eagle pitching in this top of the fifth. 1 hit for the Hawks. They get nobody coming across the plate and leave 1 on the bases. We go to the bottom of the fifth. Your Hobbs Eagles trailing 6-0, but they'll be at the plate next. Offense coming up on your Hobbs Eagle Network. Back here in the bottom of the fifth, your Hobbs Eagles trail 6-0, but they are at the plate against Centennial, and Major Bird will be the guy to start it off here with the strikeout back in the second. Takes the fastball low, but they're going to get the strike call on that one to count 0-1. The windup of the throw for Garcia, fastball high for ball 1. 5 runs coming across for the Hawks in the third inning, 1 in the fourth. Eagles yet to score. And Hobbs also trying to get their first hit of the ball game in this one. Curveball inside, goes low, and that will be called a ball as well. 2-1 count now to Bird, who is 5th in the order for the Eagles. Hobbs has been on base twice on walks. All the rest have been strikeouts or 1 grounder. That was it. Fastball outside, clips the corner for the strike for Bird, now facing a 2-2 count. Here comes Garcia. Curveball inside. Comes off the bat into the middle of the backstop for Bird to stay alive. Foul. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Major Bird. And he's the starting pitcher in this game. Was third base in game 1. Had an RBI double in the first contest. Fastball. He's going to yank this one over the backstop as well towards the JV field on the right.
Yes, indeed. Another foul ball. This one was deep.
Major Bird sitting with a 2-2 count now. Runners are at the premium at this point with a 6-0 deficit. Curveball, check swing for Bird, and they're going to say he went around on it, so that's strike 3. No contact on the ball. So his second K of the ball game.
And another strikeout for the Hobbs Eagles.
I believe that's number 12 for Hobbs now. Well, actually 11. Is that 11 or 12?
Yes. Let's see. It's
11.
10.
No, it's 11 for sure.
It is 11? All right.
Because I scratched one off and then I put it back on, so
Got
it's
it.
11. That will be the first out here in the bottom of the 5th. So far, San Diego Garcia has gone the distance. Goes with a fastball there. Bounces low for ball 1. Count goes to 1-0. 2 walks picked up, Armendariz and Alvarado so far.
Singleton this year has hit 3 doubles.
Takes a curveball inside and backs away from it. Gets away from being hit. Takes the ball on that one. The count goes to 2-0. Of course, he had that home run in game 1. I'd like to see that duplicated right now.
I'm sure he would like that too.
In fact, he had the standalone homer himself in that first game and made himself go around the bases without any runners in front of him, unfortunately, but still a big hit regardless.
And that was his first home run of the season.
Fastball for the strike, 2-1 count now. Curving inside, a high one, swing and a miss for Singleton, and now we're even up at 2-2.
Just like that.
Canyon Johnson, the DH, up next, as well as Armendariz and Martinez around out the order for the Eagles. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Singleton. Here's the windup in the throw. Fastball low for ball 3. Good eye there for Singleton. Now a full count against Kenyon. Sound like the Hawks fans wanted that to be strike 3 there as they moaned about that one. Here's the full count pitch coming from Garcia. Takes it outside, a little jab at it, almost with a sword look there, and Singleton going to pay the price. No contact. That'll be strike 3 for him, his second K of this game. The K's continue to mount. That'll be number 12 now off the pitching of Santiago Garcia for the Hawks. He is definitely warmed up in this game.
This is definitely a pitching duel, but still, Hobbs still needs to get some hits if they want to get back into this game.
Canyon Johnson up now, the 7th in the order. He struck out back in the 2nd inning. Of course, you're DH for a reason. That means you can hit the baseball, and got to get something started here with the Eagles having 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. That's 6-0 ball game. Favor of the Hawks. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Garcia goes with a fastball, and that's his bread and butter right down the pike for the strike as Johnson just put up the stop sign on that one. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here comes the pitch from Garcia. Fastball, and comes outside again, and just barely missing the tip of the bat on that one for Johnson. And now 2 strikes against him with 1 ball. 6'3" there at the plate for the Eagles. Fastball outside, just barely low the strike zone, and Johnson really didn't protect the plate on that one, and he got lucky on the call there as the count goes to 2-2.
Yeah, but Johnson didn't swing or chase that one.
Quick return on the pitch. Inside this time. Golf swing. Going to go right. Foul. Bounces off the backstop and rolls back towards the pitcher. That's Garcia's got to scoop that one up. Came back into fair territory after ricocheting off the net. But staying alive after contact, Johnson. Eagles trying to get their first hit of the contest. And the big guy trying to do it for him. Fastball. Late swing. And he's going to go down. Full extension on that one, but over the top of it. And that'll be the 3rd K here in the 5th inning for the Eagles. They'll have to take a seat. Nobody on the base. Nobody scored. 6-0 as the Hawks carry into the 6th inning with the lead and a chance to put some more runs on the board. They can get it to come across. We'll take another 60-second break here on HobbsAmerica.com, the YouTube Hobbs Sports page, and Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Top of the 6th inning here at Sportsmans Park. Your Eagles trailing Centennial 6-0. Nick Gonzalez still on the mound for the Eagles in relief. Takes the first fastball, a little low for ball 1. As he continues to face the Hawks. Bottom of the order, Ortega, who's 1 of 2, a double, a run, and a strikeout. Reed, Gutierrez, and Milani start the order for the Hawks in their 4th go-around in the rotation. Fastball outside, coming around on it is Ortega, and gets a strike off the miss. Count goes to 1-1. Again, 5 runs for the Hawks in the 3rd inning, 1 in the 4th. None for the Eagles so far. Curveball comes towards the chin, and a little bit too inside for the ump's liking for the ball. 2 balls and 1 strike. As the left fielder steps back in the box for the Hawks. Comes the windup and the throw from Gonzalez. Fastball, and gets that outside corner for the strike. And the count evens up at 2-2. Reed, Gutierrez, and Milani, as we mentioned, all of them have at least 1 hit apiece, single, and a double. Curveball inside, late swing is going to go high in the air behind center, or make it behind the home plate, out towards the right backstop, and getting a quick step on that was Singleton. Went back to the netting, but the ball took a hard curve over the top of the net, out of play. But a good job of getting out from behind the, right in front of the umpire, and to make a sprint toward that right backstop. Good hustle for Singleton. 2 balls and 2 strikes now for Ortega. 6-0 lead for the Hawks, trying to add on to it now. Curveball, low pitch, and Ortega no contact right over the top of the baseball that time for the strike. His 2nd K of the ball game.
So both sides having good luck with the strikes. Just unfortunately, Hobbs unable to get these any runs or any hits for that matter.
13 strikeouts against Centennial in this game. Combination of Bird, who had 11, and now 2 for Gonzalez. Top of the order now, Reed. He's the 3rd baseman. He's 1 for 3, a couple of strikeouts, a single, and a run. Fastball comes outside and clips the corner for the strike. Singleton been doing the splits behind that home plate and kind of getting his body out there to wait for that outside pitch. Here comes the 0-1 now from Gonzalez. A little high on the fastball for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1-1. Reed and Gutierrez both have 2 strikeouts against the Hobbs Eagle pitching. They've been at the plate 6 times, the 1st and 2nd in the order. Each have a single, though. Here comes the windup of the throw, curving inside, and gets on top of it and sends it out to left center with the roll. Scooped up by Makai Brewer coming from center, but he fumbles the ball at the last second. Gets the throw into second, but the runner will stay at first after the single. So Reed will pick up his 2nd hit of the ball game. He's now 2 for 4 with 2 singles and a run. 2nd in the order now, Gutierrez, who is 1 for 3 as well. He's got 2 Ks and a single and a run. So similar numbers to what Reed had to start the game.
Yeah, Reed found the gap in the outfield and was able to get a long single.
Again, they lead 6-0 over the Eagles here in the top of the 6th. This is a doubleheader, so that means 7 innings, unless you go extras. Here's the windup of the throw. Fastball down the middle. Steal sign is on. A dive to second. Throw not in time from Singleton. As picking up the steal is Reed. So he'll stay at second. Counts 0-1 now to Gutierrez. The umpires get their big shift now. Is now with the runner at second.
All right. So runner in scoring position.
Big wide stance for Gutierrez as the pitch coming from Gonzalez coming outside on the fastball for ball 1. Count to 1-1 now. Wind's picking up a little bit more here late in this contest. Here our press box rattling just a bit. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fastball, quick throw for Singleton down to third, but throws it behind the third baseman for the Eagles, Gonzalez, and the run is going to be a possibility here at the home plate. A tag is trying to be made,
Bam.
And now we got the call. It's going to be a tag out. Singleton got a throw coming in. It looked like coming from left field. Martinez, a delayed call by the official, waiting to see if the ball was dropped or not. And Singleton just slams the swipe there on top of Reed, and he's coming up limping a little bit here. He might have got the wind knocked out. Looks like his stomach was flat on the ground, and hard swipe from Singleton. I didn't think the ball was going to get there in time. But quick scoop by Martinez out in left field, gets it back in play, and stops a run for the Hawks at home plate.
I had a feeling it would get there in time. I just didn't know if the catcher could get the ball in there in time.
With the
and
swipe.
he did. Yes, with the swipe.
Here's the 2-1 pitch coming still as Gonzalez delivers, swing and a miss for Gutierrez, who's now sitting at a 2-2 count. No runners on the bases now for the Hawks, who still lead 6-0. Dodging a bullet the Eagles on that throw to home. Curveball up near the chin level for Gutierrez. He holds on that one to get a full count, 3-2. Milani up next. He's been on base twice, won a RBI double, but also getting on due to an error. Gonzalez sends a fastball, and late swing by Gutierrez off the end of the bat, goes to the right backstop out of play on the foul territory. Little duel going on here as Hobbs trying to hold the Hawks at bay, trying not to allow any more scores to come across. 3-2 pitch, curveball, and this is going to head towards the left field, and it's going to take a bounce. Did it get over the fence? Yes, it did. No, it didn't. It stayed inside. I thought it was going to be a bounce for a double, but it's going to be a stand-up double anyway as Gutierrez is able to stretch it out to second base. That's his second hit of the ball game, a single and a double now. And now a runner at second, but there are 2 outs, so the Eagles are not definitely going to give up a run in this inning yet. As that take a big bounce towards the warning track in the left field, but it looked like it hit the top of the fence and then bounced back in, so that's why it wasn't an automatic double on that one. But he got to second anyway, so goes down as a traditional double.
It could have been probably more if Martinez hadn't trapped it. He could have also gotten it. He didn't get the speed off he wanted to, but was able to get it trapped and just keep it to a double.
That'll bring up third in the order Milani, who's got that RBI double earlier. Curveball, flinch for Milani, and he's not going to swing, so he gets the strike on that one from the umpire. He has struck out once so far in this game. Still 6-0 here in the top of the 6th. Looking back at second is Gonzalez before the windup and the throw. Curving inside. This is going towards the right center field, and it's going to go over the wall next to the light post. It'll be a 2 RBI home run for Milani, the shortstop. So 2 RBIs. He will score as well, including Gutierrez coming across, his teammate. That'll make it 8-0 now for the Hobbs, or for the Centennial Hawks. And Milani also had a 3 RBI homer in the first game.
Was definitely a well-hit ball. Just went over the fence between center and right. And, just scored in 2 runs. Now it's 8-0. And it's starting to look like Hobbs really needs to get the bats warmed up if they want to continue playing to the 7th.
So 2 big hits from Milani in his last 2 at-bats, a 2 RBI or RBI double and a 2 RBI home run. As he continues to rack up the hits in this doubleheader, he's got a total now of 2 homers and the double. First pitch inside, but they're going to say it clipped the inside corner for the strike as Garcia steps up, the cleanup man. He's yet to get a hit in this second game of the doubleheader. 8-zip your score. Fastball comes down low for Gonzalez for the ball. Evens up the count at 1-1. Garcia flew out, got on due to an error and a grounder. So trying to get his first legit hit of the game. 1-1 pitch going down low for ball 2. Yeah, Nick Gonzalez coming in relief for Major Bird in this ball game after the 4th inning. Here's the 2-1 pitch, curving inside, gets a golf swing. It's going high towards left center. A couple of Hobbs Eagle players, but a misread from the left fielder. Not able to come across Martinez and got in front of his teammate out there, Brewer, that time, and it comes off the edge of his webbing of his glove and bounces. They finally get the ball thrown in, but that's going to go down as probably an error on that one. He probably should have the catch out in left center, although it did a wicked curve there at the last second towards center field, and he stepped in front of Brewer to try to make the catch. So anyway, he gets to second base, does Garcia.
Yeah, that
Usually
was
when you get the glove on the ball, that's going to go down as an error because it did bounce off the glove. I don't know if he had the glove open up enough or not. It looked like it got off the webbing part, though, at the end.
yeah, just something miscalculated and missed the ball. Unfortunately, it now earns another runner on base.
Fastball down the middle off the pitch to Hudson. Hudson, the catcher, he is 5th in the order for the Hawks. They still lead, what is it now, 8-zip here in this top of the 6th.
You are correct, sir.
Did get 2 runs here in this inning. Big lead off at second for Garcia. They throw it to second, and getting his glove high up in the air for the Eagles was Hector Armendariz. Had to get up on the ladder a little bit that time. A little bit of high throw coming in from Gonzalez. Runners trying to play around a little bit as Garcia start dancing around there. Just going to let him play as much as he wants. Getting close to midway to third base. Hobbs decided not to throw to the base. The fastball instead coming off the end of the bat, going to the right side of the foul territory over the top of the Centennial Hawks dugout, out of play.
Yeah, Garcia is getting a big lead, and if he's not watching or not careful, he could get picked off.
He's the only runner at second. Hobbs does have 2 outs for the defense here, trying to get themselves a chance to get back up and swing the bat a little bit. They trail 8-0 here in the top of the 6th.
And no hits not helping at all for the Eagles' cause.
0-2 count now to Hudson. Comes back in the box as Gonzalez looks at second on the big leadoff. Curveball clips the inside corner, and the up not going to go with the strike on that one. That looked pretty close.
I thought it was dead center, but that's just me again.
So they go with the ball on that one. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fastball high and a throw down to third, and the tag is going to be made. Beautiful throw from Singleton right of the third bag, and a nice little swipe by Gonzalez for out number 3. So Eagles dodging a bullet on that last couple of plays there, but they have an 8-0 deficit. The bats are going to have to come alive here in the bottom of the 6th as we come into it. You're listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball at Sportsman's Park back in 60 seconds. Bottom of the 6th inning here at Sportsman's Park as the Centennial Hawks with 5 runs in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, and 2 in the top of the 6th. They lead again 8-0. And they've had a couple of guys with multiple hits so far. Reed has 2 singles, a double and a single for Gutierrez, a double and a home run for Milani, and a home run and a single for Hernandez. Hobbs Eagles looking for their first hit of the ball game. And that's what Saul Armendariz is going to try to get. He struck out back in the 3rd inning. He's 8th in the order for the Eagles. Fastball comes inside, and waiting on it was Armendariz, and he will pick up the first strike.
Hobbs desperately in need, anemic that is, for a hit.
Fastball down the middle, swing and a miss. Strike 2 for Armendariz. Eagles getting on base twice with some walks. Armendariz, his brother Hector, and Alvarado with one, but that was first and third innings. Fastball coming down the middle for strike 3, and watching it was Armendariz, and he will strike out.
And that is the 6th strikeout in a row for the Hobbs Eagles.
5 players have struck out twice against the pitching of the Hawks.
Just trying to get the bats started, and they have not done that so far. The 6th inning, just need to do it now.
Santiago Garcia's gone the distance so far. Curveball inside, and he yanks it down the third base line. It's going to take a roll for Martinez. Out towards the wall, goes into foul territory, but it was fair all the way out to the left field.
Exactly.
Trying to chase it down was Ortega for the Hawks, but the first hit of the ball game is a double for Martinez. He's 9th in the order, but trying to get something started for the Hobbs Eagle offense. And definitely going to get a spark going here.
And that was hit perfectly. It went to the outfield, bounced a couple of times, went almost to the back of the wall before it was caught, and it was an easy double for him.
Nicholas Gonzalez up now, the relief pitcher for the Eagles, takes the first fastball, swing and a miss for him. So Nicholas Gonzalez stepping in for Gerardo Gonzalez at the top of the order. Same last name, of course. Fastball, swing and a miss again for Nick Gonzalez. He's now 0-2 in the count. Runner at second, of course, after the double for Martinez. Eagles down 8-0 here in the bottom of the 6th. Fastball a little higher this time, and he comes over the top of it for strike 3. So Hobbs now with 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th, and now it's time for Hector Armendariz to hit the plate.
And already 2 outs so far in this inning. They definitely need to get some bats going if they want to continue playing.
Hector Armendariz has been on base once with a walk, but struck out at his first at-bat back in the first inning. Curveball going outside. Nice save there for the catcher by Huston to make sure it didn't go wild. They know that runner is eager to get to scoring position to third. Of course, that's Martinez, very fast base runner for the Eagles. The 1-0 pitch, curveball inside, going to get some air on this one out towards shallow right field. Little scramble for it. The second baseman getting back there and kind of lunging sideways to make the catch. Good effort to get out there. I thought the ball was going to hit the ground that time, but Martinez doing a good job to make the play. So third and final out after the fly by Hector Armendariz. Eagles did get one hit, a double by Martinez. Leave one on base, no runs come across. We go to the top of the 7th. It's 8-0 as this team from Las Cruces, the Hawks from Centennial, lead. They'll be at the bat and the plate here in just a minute. Back at Sportsman's Park, kind of a cold Friday night, 10:15 we're at now. The games got started a little bit later than expected because of a transportation issue for the Centennial Hawks, an hour late. But here we are now. It's 8-0 in the top of the 7th. Could be the last at bat for Centennial. Hobbs will get one more chance here to finish up this game and maybe get into extra innings. We'll have to wait and see. Hudson at the plate now. He is 0 for 1 with a strikeout and hit by a pitch. Eagles still with Nick Gonzalez on the mound in relief for Major Bird. First pitch outside on the fastball for ball 1.
Yeah, he was batting just a moment ago, but there was a Garcia caught stealing.
Curveball inside. Udahar with a nice backhand. Throws a little bit of a high throw to first, but pulled down quickly by Alvarado for out number 1. Coming off a 6-3 for the first out here in the top of the 7th. And, of course, looks like this is going to be a game. The Hawks, I don't know if they're going to be too excited about an 8-run lead if they can get that into the bottom of the 7th, but the Hobbs Eagles definitely would like to keep it at where it is right now and have a chance to come back and win with their offense.
Absolutely. I'm sure that Centennial would love to have a couple more runs just for insurance. But, Hobbs just needs to keep it in there and then try to see if they can get the bats hot.
Eslip takes the first pitch low on the fastball. He is 1 of 3 with a single and a pair of strikeouts after that, the center fielder for the Hawks. Gonzalez comes back with a big fastball again, and holding on it was Estep, and now he's going to face a 1-1 count after the strike. Nobody on the bases yet for the Hawks. The windup and the throw from Gonzalez, curving inside, and a little flinch there for Estep. Decides not to go around on it, and a good decision on that as it drops below his knees that time. Count goes to 2-1 on the ball. Remember, we'll be on the road on Tuesday at Artesia, 4:15 pregame, 4:30 first pitch. HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and also the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Fastball high for ball 3, so good eye for Eslip. Trying to be the first base runner for the Hawks here in the top of the 7th. The final official inning of this ball game. Fastball gets underneath that. This is going to go high in the air towards right, but it's going to be a shallow one. Comes back to the infield, and the second baseman comes and makes the catch for the Eagles, Hector Armendariz. At first it looked like Alvarado was going to slide over there from first, in between first and second to make the catch, and he just kind of looked up, and all of a sudden the ball takes a curve over towards second more so, and catch is made by Armendariz.
And a good catch, too. He camped underneath it, basically. Didn't really even have to run to get to it, and caught it nicely.
Yeah, 3 guys in the area as well as Nick Gonzalez was backpedaling out there, the pitcher. That'll be 2 down for the Hawks as Hernandez steps up to DH. He's 2 of 3. Takes a fastball right through the middle of the bat and sends it to the right foul territory over the netting, out of play. He had a 2 RBI homer and a single in this game in his second 2 at-bats. He is 7th in the order for the Hawks, who lead 8-0 with 2 down here in the bottom or top of the 7th. Curveball, ricochet, gets the bat and also the chest protector of Singleton behind the plate. And that'll be fouled off, and 0-2 count now for Hernandez. Eagles definitely want to shut this down and get a chance to win it for themselves on the offensive side.
There is still a chance, but like I said, they got to get their bats hot and get some runs to be able to do that.
Yeah, Hobbs with just 1 hit so far, a double for Martinez. Curveball inside, another hard swing. This one's going to go air out towards center field, shallow. Once again, though, a back pedal for the second baseman, Hector Armendariz. And, boy, he's doing a great job of moving to find the ball. Balls that look like they're going to drop out in outfield. He's making the play and got a good gauge where it's coming down. So 2 catches there for Armendariz at second base, and that'll be out number 3. So 2 flyouts, a ground out, no run score, and your Hobbs Eagles last hurrah here. They got to get 9 runs to get the victory or 8 to go to extra innings. We'll be back live in 60 on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Last chance for the Hobbs Eagles offensively, down 8-0 here, bottom of the 7th. This game is slated for 7 at Sportsmans Park. Eagles lost the first game 17-6 in a mercy rule game. A little bit closer in this one, and Boy, they're trying to go the distance with their starting pitcher here, Ron Santiago Garcia. He's got a pretty decent record coming in, too.
Yeah, he's got 2-0, and he's got a 2.1 ERA, which is nothing to be ashamed about. In fact, he's going to be going lower if he doesn't get any earned runs in this last inning.
Yeah, he's only given up one hit so far to Martinez, a double in this game for the Eagles. Curveball inside for Hobbs at the plate right now, trying to get back in the contest, down 8-0. Alvarado. Xavier is 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a walk, so he has been on base once. Hobbs only been on base 3 times total with the 2 walks and a double for Martinez, the other walk from Hector Armendariz. 8-zip here in the bottom of the 7th as Garcia delivers the curveball inside and backs up Alvarado. Good decision to wait on that one. Count goes to 1-1.
Yeah, it was definitely too far inside. He would have had to have swung to defend himself at the very least.
Here comes the windup and the throw from Garcia. Fastball down the middle, and they're going to say a little inside for ball 2. 2-1 count now to Alvarado. Good eye on the ball.
Just need some patience and try to get those hits.
Garcia comes back with a fastball, and boy, some smoke coming off the ball on that one. Dust flying everywhere as the ball hits 3D right in the middle of the net here behind home plate. Staying alive is Alvarado. 2-2 count with no outs. Bottom of the 7th. 8-zip in favor of Centennial. Fastball floating towards the outside corner of the plate. Just barely misses for ball 3. We got a full count now. Makai Brewer, the cleanup man, up next, trying to get his first hit of the contest. And this is the opportunity to do it. Fastball, and it clips the outside corner. Delay strike call by the official. And so that will make Alvarado sit down with the second K for him in this ball game.
Indeed, and yeah, there's been plenty of strikeouts for this Centennial Hawks team. That's the reason why they're in the lead right now. With, of course, both sides have had nice strikes.
16 Ks so far in this contest. Garcia going to go with the curve outside, barely misses low for ball 1.
Hobbs still has a chance. They just need to light it up.
Yeah, 6 players for the Eagles have 2 Ks apiece. Here comes the next pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss for Brewer. Of course, Makai Brewer, we said number 4 in that slot because he's got the power stroke for the Eagles. Came into the game with all 3 home runs. Nobody on the bases right now, though, with an 8-0 deficit. Time called as Brewer step out.
He did come in with 9 strikeouts, but 3 home runs, single and double, or a double and a triple.
Fastball outside for ball 2. Brewer again with double singles going on in the first game of this contest. 2 balls and 1 strike to Makai Brewer. Here comes the pitch from Garcia. Curveball, swing and a miss. And now they count even at 2-2 on the strike.
Would love to see a home run from Brewer in this instance.
Coming up next will be Major Bird and Kenyon Singleton. Curveball inside, another high pitch, and that will be a strikeout for Brewer. Put a lot of muscle behind that swing, but could not make contact. So down to the final out for the Eagles offense as Major Bird steps up. He's 5th in the order. He's 0 for 2 with the 2 Ks so far. In fact, next 3 batters, Bird, Singleton, and Johnson combining, and actually even Saul Armendariz, they're 0 for 8, all 2 Ks apiece for each of them.
And Garcia has had 2 Ks in every inning, at least 2 Ks in every inning against the Eagles.
Yeah, very tough pitching from Santiago Garcia in this one, and he is 2-0 in the season. Here's the 1-0. Curve it inside, and brushing back Bird. Good eye for that for 2-0 count. 1 hit for the Eagles so far. This a double from Martinez, couple of walks. Here comes a pitch from Garcia. Fastball, and it gets right to the glove. A slap job there as Bird a little late on the swing, and now it's 2-1 count.
Bird's going to have to be patient on this one because he is possibly the final out.
Yeah, definitely wants to just get a base on this, whatever it might be. Fastball, swing and a miss, and that will be strike number 2 for Major Bird. And he kind of spun around after that one. Wish he could have that pitch back.
Of course, but
got to protect the plate here, Ron, with a 2-2 count.
Definitely. He's got to be very smart about this one.
Curveball comes low on the curve outside, just barely out of the strike zone, and now we got a full count.
Yep, that's what I would have done too. I would try to see if he would have chased that one and Swung and missed.
Anything near the plate here, he's got to swing that bat. And this is going to be a fastball. He's going to swing, but unfortunately over the top of it for strike 3. So 3 Ks for the Eagles in the bottom of the 7th, and a shutout for Santiago Garcia, the starting pitcher, who gets the 3rd win of the season for him. A full game for the Centennial Hawks on the road from Las Cruces. Final score 8-0 as the Hawks win both games of the doubleheader, and they will improve to 9-2. The Eagles drop to 3-10. We're going to take a 2-minute break, come back with the Hobbs Eagle postgame show live on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Welcome back to the Hobbs Eagle postgame show here at Sportsmans Park. Game 2 of the doubleheader in the books, and it was a Centennial Hawks win 8-0, coupled with a 17-6 Game 1 victory. So 2 victories for the Hawks as they go to 9-2 on the season. The Eagles drop to 3-10. Ty, friend Ron Gunner with you. Max back at the station, and let's talk about the numbers in this game. Not much offense going on for the Eagles, but Centennial finishes up with 10 hits in the contest. Several guys with multiples. Reed had 2 for 4 with 2 singles, a run, and a stolen base. Gutierrez was 2 for 3 with a double, a single, and 2 runs scored. Milani went 2 for 4 with a 2 RBI homer, an RBI double, so 3 RBIs in the game. And also another multiple hitter, Hernandez, the DH. He was 2 for 4 with a 2 RBI homer and a single. So they were able to convert on 2 home runs in this ball game. Single hits coming from Estep, went 1 for 4 with a single, and Ortega 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored. So they had a total of 6 different hitters in this game for Centennial out of the 9 they had on their roster. 10 hits total, and definitely doing a pretty good job of keeping the ball in play. Not as much of a blowout in Game 2, just 8-0 compared to that 17-6 in Game 1, but still pretty much coasted in the victory. In terms of the run production for this Las Cruces team, if you look at the numbers, 5 in the 3rd inning, 1 in the 4th, and 2 in the 6th. The Eagles, of course, did not score in the game. Hobbs' numbers a little bit dismal offensively. That's to say the least. Martinez, he was the only one that got a hit this game. 1 for 2, had a double. 1 walk for Hector Armendariz to get on, as well as Xavier Alvarado. He got on with the walk as well. But other than that, only 3 on the bases, Martinez, Armendariz, and Alvarado. 1 hit in the game. Eagles struck out 17 times in this contest after stellar pitching. Of course, what we saw from that Hawks team, Santiago Garcia. So Hobbs, not much to speak of in terms of the offensive production in that game. We should mention, though, that some pretty good pitching for Major Bird before he came out of the contest. And I don't think he comes out because of any major mistakes. It's more about the pitch count in this one because he had a ton of strikeouts, 11 total before he left the game and was replaced in relief by Nick Gonzalez. So those aren't horrible numbers to look at there. No. And, he gave up 5 hits or 5 runs in that third inning, but still 11 strikeouts in that game before he came out.
Yeah, and like you said, 11 Ks, you got to be happy about that one. But unfortunately, you're facing a pitcher that has a complete game, has 17 strikeouts. Your backup only has 2 strikeouts. And unfortunately, you only have 1 hit, a double, and that is just not enough to get past an 8-run deficit. And unfortunately for Hobbs, they just come up short once again during this doubleheader, losing the first one by 11, the second one by 8.
Better offensive production in that first game. Eagles did lose 17-6, but had 8 hits in the game. We had several guys stepping up for Hobbs in that contest. Multiple hitters. Xavier Alvarado went 2 for 2, a couple of singles and an RBI. Makai Brewer 2 for 3, a couple of singles in that game as well, and a hit apiece for Hector Armendariz, who had a 2 RBI single. Also, they had Major Bird 1 for 3 with an RBI double. We had Kenyon Singleton had an RBI homer, 1 for 2, and also a walk. And last but not least, for the Eagles, it was Utahara with 1 for 2 and a single and a run. So, again, 8 hits compared to 9 in that first game, and not horrible numbers there. But, it's, again, 2 losses, 17-6, 8-0. The Eagles going to be on the road Tuesday at Artesia, and you mentioned they got beat pretty bad by Sandia tonight, but the Bulldogs always a tough team in the 4A division, and it will be a road trip for the Eagles. 4:15 pregame show, first pitch at 4:30, and so we'll be on the road to bring all that action, Ron.
Absolutely we are. And, for the record, we are up 25-10 in the last 10 years or so against the Artesia Bulldogs. Not going to say it's an easy one by far, but it's definitely going to be a road trip that Hobbs is going to be looking forward to get back on the winning side and get some momentum going again because, you can't have stuff like this going on. I love the fact that they're playing tough opponents, but they need to play them a little tougher than they have been. I know it's a young team, but they need to learn a little faster than they are, unfortunately. It's just the way it is sometimes in sports. You just got to learn as you go, and you got to learn fast.
Again, final scores tonight, 17-6, 8-0 in favor of the Centennial Hawks. We will be with you Tuesday night, 4:15 for the pregame. First pitch at 4:30 as Eagles take on the Artesia Bulldogs on the road. You can catch the action on HobbsAmerica.com, the YouTube Hobbs Sports page, and on the Facebook Cool 95.7 page. Thanks for listening in tonight for Hobbs Eagle Baseball. Ty, Fred, and Ron Gunner. Max saying goodbye, and have a great weekend out there.